Good morning. This is the second day of the International Conference Collecting Modus Operandi, 1950. The second day of a very exciting conference, and extremely, it's very soon, but let me, the first day was so achieved and so exciting, and we were so interested in the new approach of the history of collecting that I hope everyone of us will be extremely pleased. And this morning's section, the first one, will be dedicated to museums and their agents. We're talking, 3 papers will talk about the relations of museums and collectors, also museums and leaders, this relationship with models, that source of inspiration and sometimes some manipulation, but I don't know if our will be speaking, because we have Patricia Capellini, Eloise Donnelly, and Harriet Rowlands that this morning will talk and tell us about Philip von Boden, Elsa Volpi, the relations of collectors with the British Museum, and also the trade of Italian paintings, Parson, Barrison, and Duvins. This relations with museum was extremely important with collectors. And let me just, for 1 minute, a note about Gulbenkian. The connections between von Boden and Gulbenkian are almost crystallized. I want, not crystallize, wrong word, but celebrate an extraordinary Iranian carpet, the T100. We all in the museum know that coat by heart. Animals fighting, that was from the acquisition made through Bod. The relations of Mr. Gulbenkian and the British Museum, the stories where Mr. Gulbenkian arrived, we know it's a story, but it's not totally, we know this, it is real, with coins on the pockets to show in the cabinet of medallions, and discuss the expertise of some of these beautiful coins, and also the relations of Duvin. But Barrison, I don't think we have an archive so much, or I don't remember ever seen anything directly. But always in the search of something that was, we talked about that yesterday, was that famous sentence that the motto of Mr. Gulbenkian as collector was only the best is good enough for me, that his grandson, his son-in-law, Kervar Essayan, wrote it. And really, if Mr. Gulbenkian had never saw, or never, that sentence was never of him, most of his correspondence describe his task. And really, there's several examples, but I brought yesterday 2 letters that unpublished on the Duvin archives in Los Angeles, when one of them on March 1915, Mr. Gulbenkian wrote to Joseph Duvin, say, you know my task, and I want the best quality, the most decorative and refined specimens. When he talks decorative, we're talking about gold boxes. But always, and also in the books, always I want the superlative, I want really the best. And in Portugal, in 1942, when he was in Portugal, and yesterday I wasn't here, but I know that Peter Furing and João Carvalho Dias also had helped to this phase of him as such important as a collector. When he wrote to the Duvin brothers, the company, Joseph Duvin was not anymore living, saying the interest to start to hear about them. I'm talking in July 42, and he tells us, I shall be much obliged if you please send me catalogs, and if you write to me when they are transcendent works of art for sale. And also, if there are any very fine modern pictures also of superlative quality, keep me posted. Keep me and search me only the best. And that was only possible, if I may say, also the support of museum people. That's what you're going to at least talk about in most other examples this morning. So it's with great pleasure that I will call Patricia Campellini, PhD candidate, student, for the Università degli Studi di Udine, that we're going to talk about Willem van Boot and the Florentine art dealer Elia Volpi, and share with us the extraordinary archive of the Volpi, other research that have been studied. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank the organizers of this conference. I am so happy and proud to be here today, speaking in such an important institution and presenting the results of research I have been carrying out over the last few years. Following the title and the concept of the conference, Collecting Modus Operandi, I will outline the main trends and taste preferences of the chief characters, such as the important scholar and museum man Willem van Boot, in his relationships with some Florentine dealers, Elia Volpi in particular, and focus on the policies of acquiring art, the strategies and the lack of legislation for the protection of heritage that made that modus operandi possible and concrete. The creation and birth of the Kaiser Friedrich Museum in Berlin involved the establishment of a cultural axis between Germany and Italy. Willem van Boot was the most important and authoritative fulcrum of this axis, managing relations with the German royal house, Italian antique dealers, and private collectors. We know that the political and economic situations at the time were advantageous for the growth of the art market. Laws and limitations on the export of works from Italy existed at both local and ministerial levels, but until the issue of the first national regulation governing the legal protection of cultural heritage in 1902, there were difficulties in administering strict controls. For instance, export offices experienced problems in upholding regulations regarding which works could leave Tuscany. Moreover, there was a very strong awareness of the great financial importance that the antiques business represented both for Florence and Italy in general. Because of the high number of works of art being exported from Florence, Giacomo Conti, director of the city's export office, proclaimed the superiority of the city's office over all others in the kingdom. It is no coincidence that many of the problems regarding the application of laws and the control of exports became more acutely obvious in 1888, as from the 1st of August of that year, new tighter regulations on export permits were enacted. Prior to this, anyone wishing to sell a pre-19th century work simply had to complete a form declaring their desire to export it, together with a summary description of the object and its declared value. No indication of its destination was required, and often the only names that appear on the documentation are those of the packers and the shippers. The justification for granting many permits was the object's poor state of conservation, but more often it was that the works were neither rare nor of sufficient artistic quality to merit their export being banned. Some works were even deemed over-restored, as in the case of Luca Signorelli's large altarpiece, The Virgin and Child with Saints, which was sent by Volpi to Edward Poynter of the National Gallery in London in 1901. The panel was restored by Volpi, and the work's export permit was afterwards granted because the restoration was found too invasive by Enrico Ridolfi, director of the Uffizi, who noted that Volpi had not only restored it, but also made it more pleasant in order to make it more appealing to the taste of the client, a typical justification for the release of an export license. The lack of practical understanding about what had to be done to protect the country's heritage from being dispersed reflected the contemporary political balance. On the Florentine scene, the most important dealer with whom Bode dealt was undoubtedly Stefano Bardini. Thanks to his own ruthlessness and Bardini's shrewd attitude, Bode managed to acquire important Florentine Renaissance masterpieces for both the Kaiser Friedrich Museum and the luxurious mansions of his friends. The relationship with Bardini probably allowed Bode to think about and pursue some particular setting scheme he had been meditating for years, inspired by the so-called malerische Anordnung, pictorial setting, and based on the tasteful combination of different items, for example, paintings, sculptures, furniture, faience, and carpets, exhibited in the same room, a technique that Stefano Bardini had been using in his Florentine gallery in Piazza de' Mozzi. The shrewd, purposeful, and ruthless Bode had very simple and straightforward concepts for his museum, collecting original good works and not their reproduction in plaster casts, from the medieval to the Baroque, Italian, German, Flemish, and Dutch, and arranging them with taste. Bardini was then the best known and most popular dealer, but many other merchants managed to set up triangular relationships with Bode and the German collectors in touch with him. Among them was Elia Volpi. Beyond these two, who were the other dealers or negozianti acting on the Florentine art market scene? Emilio Costantini and Luigi Grassi, two art dealers who feature in numerous anecdotes by the merchant and writer Luigi Bellini, but who have not yet been studied in archival documents, also knew how to make their way, winning then the attention of important collectors and scholars. In about 1900, Luigi Grassi began transacting business with Bode, on behalf of whom and whose friends he acted as an anonymous agent at some Florentine sales. On these occasions, Bode used Grassi in order to keep down the prices of works. If the names of Bode or the Prince of Liechtenstein, for example, had come out, the prices of works would have soared. Bode and Grassi had a long correspondence until 1927. In that year, Grassi held an auction at the American Art Galleries in New York, for which Bode wrote the introduction to the catalogue. Here is a short extract. I'm quoting. 25 years ago, when I first wrote my book on Italian furniture of the Renaissance, you and Elia Volpi and Stefano Bardini helped me very much by lending me photographs of some of the objects in your collections and by telling me something of their provenance. Bardini's collection has long since been sold, and recently the Palazzo d'Avanzati, with all its contents, has also been sold. Your collection still remains as a splendid representative example of Italian Renaissance furniture. This piece could perhaps be taken as a clue to the Florentine dealers with whom Bode shared a sort of affinity as art lovers. How did Bode move on the art market? Some scholars have pointed to his ruthlessness and immorality. Colin Eisler, for example, considers Bode to have been a merchant who topped up his salary with brokerage fees from successful transactions. Was Bode an art dealer? He would probably not perceive the distinction as we do today, and this should be regarded as a normal consequence of his role on the Florentine scene. Letters written to Bode illustrate the laborious process of earning the esteem of such an illustrious and powerful figure who acted as a mediator between merchants, the Berlin museums, and his German contacts, so much so that in the Florentine journal L'Antiquario of 1909, you can read here on the left, we find Bode's name listed in a Guida degli Antiquari, a directory of antiquarians, which was being prepared for the press. Whereas from 1924 to 1927, his name is listed under the title Principali Antiquari Esteri, here on the right, Principal Foreign Antiquarians. As far as I can say, Bode found in Florence a web of dealers, all engaged in a hard competition, but at the same time ready to make agreements and form temporary alliances with each other. I would like to focus on the relationship between Bode and Volpi because it gives a particularly fortunate opportunity to cross-refer the contents of the letters that Volpi wrote to Bode with the images from Volpi's photo archive kept in the library and the photo library of the Kunsthistorisches Institut in Florence. My research has become a stratified investigation, the recognition of the works traded, the context and strategies between seller and buyer, and the way Volpi used to work with and visualize through photographs. Volpi was a pupil of Stefano Bardini. He had directed his restoration workshop and took advantage of the golden era of the antiques trade. In 1904, he bought the 14th century Palazzo d'Avanzati in the historical center of Florence, which was inaugurated as a kind of showroom for his business in 1910. Elia Volpi became a real trendsetter, spreading a taste for medieval and Renaissance Florentine houses through the interiors of the Palazzo d'Avanzati. Volpi exported the idea of the Florentine house to the United States with the famous New York American Art Galleries auctions from 1916. Important businessmen such as John Pierpont Morgan, William Hearst, and Henry Frick, who at the time were scouring Italy in search of antique furniture and works of art for their sumptuous residences, were some of Volpi's customers, as Roberta Ferrazza showed in her pioneering book Palazzo d'Avanzati e le collezioni di Elia Volpi. From the 90s of the 19th century, Volpi was in contact with Bode and collectors such as James and Edouard Simon, Oskar Hulczynski, Rudolf Kahn, and many others, offering them the finest works of art. The Central Archive of the State Museums of Berlin preserves a corpus of 238 documents, mostly letters, written by Volpi to Bode between 1892 and 1927, a crucial period in the history of collecting, as it witnessed not only its rise, but also the beginning of its fall due to the outbreak of the First World War. Bode was for Volpi not only a good customer, he was the link for the German and also broader European antiques market. This slide shows the partial network of contacts between Volpi and Bode regarding the wider European area, as can be found from a first examination of the letters. Scrolling through the list of names, we can find rich businessmen, aristocrats, and museum directors, many of whom were even in direct touch with Bardini. This one shows another network drawn from a first examination of the export permits, and we can find here familiar names included in the letters, as well as names we did not know about before. The export permits are a very intriguing and important source for whoever studies the history of collecting and the art market. In a particularly vivid opening to a letter of April 1893, Volpi let himself go using an Italian dictum comparing Bode to the devil because of the pivotal nature of his role, being in touch with the people who mattered and were able to procure bargains and new customers for Volpi. I'm quoting, "In Italy there is a proverb that says, 'I miss the devil on my side.' In this case, forgive the expression, could your lordship be such for me, helping me to sell the objects you have seen," end of quote. Mi manca il diavolo che mi porti è l'espressione in italiano, the Italian expression. This snippet fits well with what Charles Fairfax Murray wrote to the collector Fisher about the purchase of a crucifixion by Giovanni Bellini. Indeed, Murray defines Volpi as a crony of Bode, a meaningful term that might suggest that Volpi was not simply a mere supplier of items to Bode. Volpi sold through Bode to the Kaiser Friedrich Museumsverein the beautiful Mansi Magdalene from the collection of Giovan Battista Mansi in Lucca, Tuscany, a collection that would deserve further study. The work was offered for sale to Rudolf Kahn for 40,000 Italian lire and sold to Bode for 20,000. The Mansi heirs sold a Madonna with Child and St. John by Giuliano Bugiardini to the Uffizi galleries, obtaining in this way in exchange permission from the Ministry of Education to sell other works of art, other works of the collection, abroad without having to present them at the export office in Florence. This was a usual practice in the Italian market. Enrico Di Dolfi judged the Magdalene as a good work, but not worthy for acquisition by the Uffizi. Volpi sold also to Bode a Holy Family by Giovan Francesco Maineri, a painter whose value and uniqueness Volpi was probably the first dealer or among the first one to acknowledge. This is a particular example of how a taste for antiquities could really make the difference between such dealers as Volpi and Bardini and other common sellers. Giovan Francesco Maineri was discovered by Adolfo Venturi in 1888. Besides the Holy Family that went to the Kaiser Friedrich Museumsverein, Volpi sold also through Bode another Holy Family, unidentified today, and in 1906 gifted to the Uffizi a Christ bearing the cross, which he had attributed to Maineri, denying the former attribution to Bernardino Luini, as Venturi confirmed a year later in his review L'Arte. Volpi also sold a painting by Giovan Domenico Tiepolo to Georg Deyo for the Musée des Beaux-Arts in Strasbourg, and sculptures like a St. Catherine to Jane Simon, which we can see here in his cabinet, a wooden quarbook lectern now in the Bode Museum to Alfred Beit, then a portrait of a man by Bronzino, kept today in the National Gallery of Canada, Ottawa, and a Virgin with Child by Ghiberti, now in Washington, to Edouard Simon, which we can see here in a room of the Simon mansion in Berlin. I could carry on. Not a mere supply of items, as I said. Sometimes the role of some collectors appears to have been notably versatile, as in the case of a diptych in limestone or pietra calcarea, with scenes from the lives of Christ and Mary. This came originally from the collection of Prince Barberini in Rome. The object was sent from Volpi to Thomas Carmichael of London, a collector, not a dealer, as far as I can say, with a regular export permit in 1900, and was acquired by Bode for the Kaiser Friedrich Museum 2 years after. With Bardini, Bode used to visit the Bargello, discussing the works exhibited there and comparing them with those they wanted to sell or buy. Sometimes Volpi hosted Bode in his country villa in the hills of Florence, where they discussed business, but also perhaps the history of the city and the art of the Renaissance. As his relationships with Bardini, Volpi, and Grassi testify, Bode found in Florence a kind of art dealer who was a sort of antiquarian connoisseur. This situation was probably similar to other markets, for example in Venice or Rome or Milan, but we cannot tell exactly since studies are lacking. The antiquarian connoisseur Elia Volpi did not write on the art history or carry out research in archives. He was a sui generis, a particular connoisseur. He used to work with photographs in order to sell works of art, but he shows, as the others mentioned, a particular understanding for the antiquities. Studying the correspondence between Volpi and Bode, we can find many references to comparisons between works, images in published works, and photos. These comparisons sometimes appear to be appropriate and correct, sometimes not. It would be interesting to investigate the merchant connoisseur Volpi from also a sociological perspective. As Bode wrote in the catalogue of the Grassi auction of 1927 cited above, Volpi, together with Bardini and Grassi himself, was able to provide Bode with photos of works and objects that the scholar could study and publish in his books or articles for the Jahrbuch der preußischen Kunstsammlungen. Just a few remarks approaching the conclusion. After the war against France and the birth of the Second Empire in 1871, Berlin had to become the cultural and political capital of the new German Empire, competing with Paris and London. Bode was aware of this, as he was of the need for a change in the selection and exhibition of the original masterpieces. His policies and strategies, and so his modus operandi, were straightforward and sometimes aggressive, since he aimed to acquire the works he needed, whatever it took. He kept updated about the legislative situation in Italy and was ready to practice every trick to avoid controls. He carried out great business deal with complicit art dealers, chiefly with those who were at the same time not merely common sellers, but advisors, trendsetters, and connoisseurs. Further studies on the history of collecting in Florence and its modus operandi should consider not only the image of the history of a looted nation, of Italy as a looted nation, but also the presence of a loose system that guaranteed private people the liberty to sell their own assets, including works of art. Such studies should focus not only on the famous characters, but also on the less important workers, such as the craftsmen, the artists and forgers, the packers and the shippers. Tracking their activity is not simple, and a lot of work has still to be done in order to look at the Florentine art market as a whole, as an arena of competitors and allies. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Patricia Campellini. You still have 2 minutes, but it's but so much we've been told in your paper, and also we're going to have now the opportunity to hear Heloise Donley from the British Museum. Please, it's a candidate of a PhD of history at the University of Cambridge, with a fascinating team collecting Renaissance decorative arts in Britain, 1850, 1914, and also she's been a very important research in history of collecting, like the Rothschild studies mostly of the grant, the donation, the Was Not Bequest to the British Museum was published in 2017. Pippa Shirley and Dora Thompson have added. I thought it's a great pleasure to listen and all your new research to share with us. Please, Alice. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and many thanks to the organisers for such a stimulating and thought-provoking couple of days. In 1880, the keeper of the Department of British and Medieval Antiquities at the British Museum, Augustus Wollaston Franks, recommended the appointment of a new museum assistant. He described the candidate's qualities as follows. Mr. Reed possesses a peculiar knowledge of form, shared by very few persons in England, is an excellent draftsman, has described and sketched more than 400 specimens for the registration catalogue of the Christie collection, and has assisted in the preparation of a catalogue of Japanese pottery in the South Kensington Museum. He has sketched and described the British Museum collection of finger rings, has registered the whole of the Henderson collection, and has a great knowledge of porcelain and pottery. Charles Hercules Reed went on to have a 40-year career at the museum, serving as Franks' successor as keeper from 1897 until his retirement in 1921. Yet Reed's legacy at the museum lies less in his scholarship and research. He published no major book, for example, but rather it lay in his skills as a networker with private collectors that resulted in a steady stream of gifts and bequests. Twice president of the Society of Antiquaries, twice president of the Anthropological Institution, a member of the Burlington Fine Arts Club, and described by Rudyard Kipling as a pillar of the Athenaeum's billiard room, Reed cultivated a wide circle of acquaintances, founding the Friends of the British Museum in order to translate these networks directly into acquisitions. Through these networks, Reed, and by extension his assistant, Ormond Maddock Dalton, were to play crucial roles in the intersection of public and private collecting networks. Today, I want to consider their role in transferring a museological approach to collecting to the private sphere by exploring their relationship with two major collectors. Firstly, the British parson Arthur Henry Barwell, and secondly, the American financier John Pierpont Morgan. By discussing the ways in which curatorial advice shaped both the assembly of private collections, as well as the manner in which these objects were understood, I hope to demonstrate the role that the museum played in developing an academic and aesthetic framework for medieval and Renaissance art collecting in the early years of the 20th century. A country parson in Sussex, the Reverend Arthur Barwell, developed an interest in collecting medieval and Renaissance works of art in the 1890s. As Reed wrote in Barwell's obituary in 1913, "It was fortunate for me that he possessed one quality that brought him within my sphere, that is, his passion for the enamels of Limoges." Barwell was in correspondence with Reed from 1891, seeking his advice on potential enamel purchases. His insecurity about his own knowledge is reflected in his comment regretting his lack of academic qualifications, in which he laments, quote, "I am always deficient in these, especially in the matter of learning." And the quote made me think of Jonathan's presentation yesterday on Gulbenkian, similarly kind of insecurity about his own knowledge and learning. Reed encouraged Barwell to develop his expertise within a museological academic context, securing his entry to the Society of Antiquaries in 1894. With Franks as president and Reed as secretary, objects were presented, examined, and discussed at society meetings with the same approach as within the context of the British Museum, equipping Barwell with a useful collecting apprenticeship. The relationship between Reed and the American financier and collector John Pierpont Morgan seems to have been established via the dealer George Derlicker, who had sought out Reed's expertise when needing to authenticate the attribution or date of pieces he was offering for sale, leading to the development of a close relationship between Reed, Morgan, and Morgan's librarian, Belle de Costa Green. And you can see here on the right, Reed actually accompanying Morgan on a trip to Greece and Egypt in 1909, even though that was beyond his particular area of specialism, as well as a image from Morgan's visitor book from New York showing Reed visiting in 1910. As with Barwell, Reed secured Morgan's election as an honorary fellow of the Society of Antiquaries in 1911, and the following year facilitated Morgan's election to the exclusive Roxburgh Club, the oldest society of bibliophiles in the world, a move Green described as, quote, "an honour which Morgan will truly appreciate and one which I have long coveted for him." These relationships were of crucial importance for the British Museum. In 1899, Reed had alerted the trustees that his current annual grant of £1,500 was insufficient to meet the demands of his department due to, quote, "the enormous rise in the prices of many classes of objects, principally in medieval objects, the prices of which have increased 300 or 400% during the last decades. He goes on to express concern at his ability to fill the gaps in the collection with such limited resources. Reed was thus increasingly reliant on his networks to expand the museum collections, and this explains the active role he took in advising collectors on their acquisitions. So, how did these collector-curator relationships affect the assembly of private collections? Lacking confidence in his judgment, Barwell relied heavily on Reed's guidance for his art purchases, urging him, "Pray, do not fear to mention any pieces to me." Reed acted as Barwell's agent, advisor, and intermediary. Ahead of major sales, such as that of the Parisian dealer Frederick Spitzer in 1893, Reed sent Barwell photographs and notes on possible acquisitions, while also negotiating directly with collectors to secure private sales. And the title of my paper, "Give Me Your Counsel," is an appeal that Barwell made to Reed in advance of the Carmichael sale in 1902. Barwell seems to interpret his buying almost as a joint venture between the two gentlemen, writing to Reed in 1897 in response to photographs and notes on two potential enamel purchases that "I would take either if we approved of them." Reed clearly guided Barwell's purchases and encouraged his interest in areas in which the museum itself was lacking, often overriding Barwell's sense of his own taste and preferences for objects which could fill gaps in the institution's collections. In 1904, Reed urges the purchase of a 16th century German gold and crystal crucifix and a painted enamel by Jacques Loudun. Barwell replied, "I should very much like to see the crucifixion, which you pronounce first rate. I do not, as I think you know, care for Loudun." He nevertheless ended up buying both pieces for £200. Occasionally, objects recommended by Reed came directly to the museum. At the Carmichael sale in 1902, Barwell purchased a portable altar, but concerned that it was, quote, "somewhat too good for his collection and more fit for a public museum than for a private collection, he offered it directly to Reed. By 1908, Reed was also acting as a buying agent for Pierpont Morgan. In addition to facilitating purchases of Renaissance enamels, Reed also acted as the intermediary in Morgan's purchase of the Svenigorodsky collection of Byzantine enamels, securing Morgan the first right of refusal. Securing Morgan the first right of refusal in negotiating the price down to £25,000. You can see some examples of the collection. In 1909, Reed similarly offered Morgan the right of first refusal for the purchase of the Hilton Price collection of watches, in his capacity as executor of Hilton Price's will. And we heard a bit about his Egyptian collection yesterday. He frequently uses his museum networks to ascertain Morgan's competition with French and German museums and collectors, and even offers to purchase objects in his own name so as to keep Morgan's name private. Again, Reed seems to have guided Morgan's buying towards gaps in the British Museum's collections, undoubtedly in the hope that objects would eventually be donated or bequeathed. The Greenwell collection of antiquities was one such success. Unable to afford the purchase with his scant museum budget, Reed alerted Morgan to the sale. He bought the collection in 1911 and almost immediately donated it to the museum. Reed thus continued to seek out museum-quality pieces for Morgan's consideration. Travelling in Vienna, Reed identified a first-rate silver cup featuring images of the apostles, urging Morgan to purchase it as, "If I had the money, I should try and get it for the museum, and that is the best I can say about it," and recommending a Parisian restorer to treat the oxidized silver. And although this wasn't purchased by Morgan, it ended up going to the Met in 1950. As in the case of Barwell, Reed's curatorial concerns often overrode Morgan's personal tastes and preferences. He even sold Morgan his personal collection of Persian works on paper, despite the fact that, according to Green, Morgan was not particularly interested in Persian art. The extent of Reed's influence over the collection is reflected in his comment to Green, who administered Morgan's purchases. "He pretends to think that you and I are always conspiring," he writes, suggesting the only thing to do is to have a direct wireless between the library and the BM. An illustration of the degree to which these collectors absorbed the museum's approach to curatorship is evident both in Barwell and Morgan's particular taste for Renaissance enamels. In his 1912 catalogue of Frank Maclean's collection of medieval and Renaissance objects bequeathed to the Fitzwilliam Museum, Ormond Dalton questioned the importance of the enamel of Suzanne de Cour. Criticising her abundant use of foil, he described the flesh tints as of too dead a white and her faces as too abnormal to please. The fashion for Suzanne de Cour's polychrome enamels with paillon highlights was typical of Rothschild taste, and indeed the 6 examples in the British Museum's collections entered via the Waddesdon bequest in 1898. Barwell purchased no examples of Suzanne de Cour's work. Morgan had acquired a pair of salt cellars by Suzanne de Cour as part of his purchase en bloc of Charles Mannheim's collection in 1898, prior to his meeting Reed. But other examples of the work of Suzanne de Cour and her contemporaries are notably absent from his comprehensive collections of enamels. And this is in contrast to Morgan's collecting of peers, including Henry Clay Frick, Robert Lehman, and Henry Walters, whose collections seem to support Barwell's comment to Reed that the Americans are wild to get coloured pieces and will not look at grisailles. In addition to being guided on taste, collectors also relied on curatorial advice as a means of guaranteeing the authenticity of potential acquisitions at a time when forgeries were becoming increasingly sophisticated, making the market difficult to navigate. In 1899, an annual conference for keepers of museums in Europe was established, quote, with the special view of mutual protection against the widely spread falsification of antiquities and works of art, many of which are so skillfully made as to constitute a serious danger. Lacking the expertise to mitigate this risk, both Barwell and Morgan relied on Reed's knowledge to guarantee the quality and status of their collections. Morgan dispatched items for Reed's approval before he confirmed purchases, with casualties including, amongst others, a map of Cambridge bearing a fake signature of Shakespeare, and an enamelled gold book cover Reed judged to be, quote, a made-up thing and not what it purports to be. Morgan's focus was on acquiring at speed. He often bought collections en bloc or without the time to examine objects himself. The achievement of his aim was thus only possible with the knowledge and assistance of curators such as Reed. Yet it was not only these particular acquisitions that bore the hallmark of curatorial involvement in private collections. It was also the way in which collectors valued and understood their objects. Despite his lack of confidence in his own expertise, over the course of their 20-year friendship, Barwell absorbed Reed's curatorial museological approach to Renaissance objects, and one can get a sense of this through the manner in which he labelled his pieces. He writes to Reed requesting information about comparative pieces. He asks about resources for identifying portraits, arms, and motifs on his enamels, and he seeks advice about restoration work. He also starts to undertake research about artists' oeuvre, trying to ascertain the different styles of members of the Pénicaud family, and updates Reed when he locates additional signatures or dates on his pieces. Barwell's comment in 1904 that, quote, I have a small fund which may go to fill up gaps, echoes Reed's concern with the British Museum collections, indicating that he aimed to assemble a representative taxonomic collection for reference and study in a similar manner to that of the museum professional. While there had been a raft of new writing on enamels in the wake of the arts and crafts revival of enamelling, Barwell clearly placed his judgment on the canon of art history as espoused by Reed and his museum peers. This hierarchy of artists was based on French mid-19th century publications, upon which Franks had based his catalogues, and the British Museum collections were arranged. Barwell dismissed this new literature, writing, quote, I thought Cunningham's book very unsatisfactory and had to take up Labat and Laborde to get the nasty taste out of my mouth. Unsurprisingly, he deferred to Reed in approaches to the exhibition of his collection. Receiving an invitation to exhibit at the Burlington Fine Arts Club exhibition in 1897, Barwell seeks Reed's advice for his choice of exhibits, telling him, I cannot say what may be most suitable. Could you not run down and select for them? My difficulty with regard to selection is chiefly my reluctance to send any which might be deemed useless or unworthy. And Reed does, in fact, go down to assist and help Barwell select objects, ascertain a suitable number of loans, and to offer advice on the packing and transport of his collection, approaching Barwell's collection in a similar manner to loans from the museum. And here we can see two enamels that Barwell had purchased at the Spitzer sale, as well as a grisaille plaque by Jean Pénicaud II. And you can see it was a companion piece to one already in the British Museum collections. Morgan similarly sought to enhance the art historical importance of his objects through curatorial knowledge and research. Belle de Costa Green writes frequently to Reed, seeking his advice, expertise, and opinions. Such Sarah Peel in 1908, "I regret so much that I do not know anything of the history of the large Flemish manuscript before it came to us. Can you trace the arms on the covers and on the first page for me? Of course, you know how very much Mr. Morgan and I would appreciate any additional information you could give us in regard to these 18 manuscripts." Reed provided guidance on the hanging in display of artworks, advising on mounting and sending notes for labels. Morgan also asked Reed to select useful reference books for his library and to send copies of the British Museum's catalogues to assist Green's daily work, clearly wanting his collection curated according to the art historical canon as endorsed by British Museum curators. Like Barwell, Morgan was eager to lend his items to exhibitions, but deferred to Reed to make his selections for the exhibitions held at the Burlington Fine Art Club on medieval and Renaissance manuscripts and English Renaissance Bibles. While Reed further enhanced the scholarly importance of Morgan's collection within the canon by presenting papers on his objects at the Society of Antiquaries, Ormond Dalton also asserted the art historical importance of Morgan's collection through his catalogue, Morgan's Collection of Byzantine Enamels, in 1912. In the introduction, Dalton asserts that while few museums possess series which can be described as comprehensive, certainly not the museums of our own country, the purchase by Mr. Morgan of the well-known Svenigorodsky enamels places his collection in the first rank. In his accompanying essay, Roger Fry asserts that this was a relatively new taste amongst collectors, writing that until recently, quote, "it is doubtful whether anyone would have given prolonged attention to the Svenigorodsky enamels, except as curiosities and bibelots. Previously, art historians would have written off such works as these as being barbaric." Thus, the catalogue presented Morgan as a pioneer in generating this new art historical canon, due to an acquisition masterminded by Reed, subsequently catalogued and asserted by Dalton. So what were the implications of these networks for the museum? In its obituary of Reed in 1929, the Burlington magazine reflected on his many friendships with important collectors, commenting, "These he pursued to the single advantage of the British Museum." Perhaps it was this ruthlessness that led Rudyard Kipling to remark that his professional soul was black, even for that of a curator. The enhancement of the collections was always his primary concern. In 1902, Reed sent Barwell a copy of the catalogue of the Waddesdon bequest. Perhaps the gift of a lavishly illustrated scholarly catalogue of a recently bequeathed collection was designed to encourage Barwell to think about his legacy. On his death in 1913, Barwell bequeathed his collection of almost 100 Limoges enamels to the museum, which today forms over half the museum's entire collection, and without which particular artists and types of objects would be unrepresented. Morgan died the same year, yet despite having received several important donations, such as the treasures from the Hospital de la Vera Cruz in Spain in 1911, the museum received no bequests or later gifts. Reed wrote to Morgan's son, John Jr., to ask about the future of the Stavelot triptych, which had been placed on loan at the museum since 1910, adding, "As I had had a good deal to do with advising Mr. Morgan about the purchase, he very kindly suggested I might like to have it on deposit at the museum." John Jr. requested the item be returned to New York, where, as we saw yesterday, it remains on display in the Morgan Library. So while the results of this networking were not seen in the galleries of the British Museum, Reed's influence on Morgan's collecting and display was nevertheless evident in the public galleries at the Metropolitan Museum of Art and in the Morgan Library in New York. In conclusion, while this paper has focused on Barwell and Morgan, these were just two of a roster of private collectors that Reed was cultivating at the time. Following the Settled Land Acts and agricultural depression of the 1880s, the market was no longer driven by aristocratic collectors with inherited cultural treasures, but rather plutocratic collectors with wealth derived from international finance, trade, and industry, seeking to build a new collection rather than to add to existing heirlooms. At the same time, the emergence of curatorship as a profession offered collectors the authority and expertise they required to collect successfully. Occasionally, juggling this group of collectors seemed to prove problematic. Barwell comments in one letter, "I'm a little puzzled by the allusion to the 2 enamels you got for me. I do not remember you getting me these 2 enamels. Perhaps you are mixing me up with G. Salting." Along with Barwell and Morgan, Salting was a primary collector of Renaissance decorative art during this period, and the fact that they also had such close relationships with Reed illuminates the key role that the museum played in the international art market in the early years of the 20th century. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Louise Darling, about this paper. I think some of our colleagues and our curators will be thrilled to live in this time where so many objects, so wonderful collections were on the market, and we feel not so much pity, the tension, sorry, if I was to, that Charles Reed had suffering between the museum and advising collectors. That would be a unique experience, but hope. Luckily, we don't feel it. But now, it's the time to listen to the last speaker of this the panel. And I ask Elliot Rowland to approach and to speak about 2 lives in the Italian trade, 1917-99. Harold Woodbury Persons, Bernard Berison, and the firm of Duveen. Elliot Rowland has a long career in the research and in European art. Has been assistant curator of the Nelson Askin Museum of Art. For more than 20 years has been senior research in the Wiesenberg and Company. We love to meet also the knowledge information that the archive presents. And most recently, Leon Levy Fellow, the Center of History of Collecting from the Frick Collection. And all this experience and research that will share with us this morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I want to thank the staff of the invitation to give this talk, to the kindness and solicitation of everybody who works here, and to the experience of to be in this room of such incredible art, of this build, in this complex of incredible art. I'm excited. The second person of my title today needs no introduction. By 1905, Bernard Berenson had become the greatest connoisseur of early Italian painting in the world. And thanks mostly to him, the United States harbors the largest concentration of 13th through 16th century Italian pictures outside of Italy. He had the all-encompassing, unique knowledge of them and the discerning eye. He also knew the value of such gifts, to put it mildly, at this crucial moment in the history of collecting. Along with this photo of Berenson is one of Sir Joseph Duveen, as he became in 1919. By 1917, when our story begins, he was the most powerful art dealer in the world. In 1907, he had encouraged Berenson to advise the firm of Duveen Brothers on purchases of early Italian painting. 5 years later, an arrangement was made by which the art historian would receive 25% of the profits in sales of such works, whose value rose steadily. Berenson helped scout for the paintings, evaluated each one of them, and also brought in clients. In the process, he became rich. But a life in the picture trade, the title of a recent book by Rachel Cohen, whose assessment of the sometimes controversial Berenson stands out, I believe, for its ring of palpable truth, was something the scholar would rather forget. For decades to come, the many demands of Duveen and other dealers bore down on him, even as the taste for and worth of Italian primitives multiplied. Black was his rage against these defilers of his contemplative soul, writes Cohen. Still, no less a businessman than Benjamin Altman once told BB that he had the, quote, the makings of one of the best merchants he ever saw. As for Duveen, I can't resist one ironic aside. According to Edward Fowles, the head of Duveen's Paris branch at this time and author of Memories of Duveen Brothers, the consummate art salesman, quote, neither appreciated Italian primitives nor had any knowledge of the importance of the period. 1917, writes Fowles, had been, quote, a busy year for Italian pictures. Whereas in 1916, Berenson had been in touch with Duveen 26 times, now he communicated with the firm on 62 occasions from January to March. For the rest of the year, the number was up to 75. Far more eager for the business side of art was Berenson's wife, Mary, as I guess we all know. She recorded Berenson's dispatches, giving opinions on 250 paintings, again in 1917. Having baptized so many pictures, most of them headed to America, to the Fogg Art Museum, for instance, and especially private collectors like Isabella Stewart Gardner, John G. Johnson, and Henry Walters, Berenson then published them in well-received articles at about the same time. Berenson predicted that World War I would greatly stimulate the flow of art from Italy to the United States. Indeed, 1 month after America joined the European Allies in April 1917, Louis Duveen, Joseph's younger brother, wrote Berenson, quote, by no means stop buying. He added, and I quote, business should be good after the war, as many Americans have made large fortunes. Of course, he was right. This development was confirmed by Edward Fowles, who wrote that by 1919, Duveen's New York branch was, quote, positively clamoring for more Italian pictures. How different the situation had been in 1916, when Berenson complained to Duveen that the Italian market was, quote, getting very stagnant. Here in Italy, there's nothing doing except by miracle, once in a blue moon. Edward Fowles' part in all this, incidentally, was key in making the Berenson-Duveen business relationship function smoothly. Compared to the two very high-energy, ego-driven principals, the ebullient, highly manipulative Duveen at one side, and the willful, moody, high-strung Berenson on the other, Fowles was relatively low-key, personable, and in fact what Italians call simpatico. By the way, this take on the character of Fowles, has been confirmed by a friend, actually a distant relative of de Motte, I might add, now in his 93rd year, who grew up and later flourished in the art trade and knew Fowles. Fowles managed Duveen's Paris office, which was around the corner from the place where Berenson spent much time during World War I, the Hotel Ritz on the Place Vendôme. This included a visit there in late October 1917, when the terms of Berenson's agreements with Duveen's were confirmed by Joseph Duveen himself. Berenson stayed on in Paris and through well-placed American friends there, came to work part-time for U.S. Army intelligence. His duties, as he said, were essentially, quote-unquote, to see and hear and report. An ardent patriot, Berenson was now an undercover agent, not just for Duveen Brothers, but for the cause of Allied victory. This new role made fine use of Berenson's abundant intellectual and social powers, and was an effective contribution to the war and to the later peacekeeping efforts. Ancillary to the business relationship between Berenson and Devine, I have discovered, was the first, far lesser known person in the title of my talk, Harold Woodbury Parsons. A well-connected art agent, educated in Boston, intensely social and industrious, he had a knack for making himself endlessly useful for American collectors and curators for over 50 years. Certainly, his most important contribution to the history of collecting was his role as European representative, that's in caps, to two rich Midwestern museums at a time when the profession of curator in America was still in its infancy. His official position with the Cleveland Museum of Art lasted from 1925 to 1941, that for the Nelson Atkins Museum of Art in Kansas City from 1930 to 1953. Parsons' strategy was to work close to the source of supply, namely France, Britain, and especially Italy, thereby bypassing the expensive, established art dealers of, say, London and New York. In this way, he could offer cheaper prices to collectors and museums in America. He rarely ever owned stock, nor did he have large amounts of capital at his disposal. This meant that he traveled incessantly and was in frequent touch with clients in Europe and America. Because Parsons functioned below the radar, his contribution is little known. In no way either can it be compared with the world-changing activity of titans like Berenson and Devine. Yet the way in which his many-sided, far-flung correspondence evokes this vanished world, not to mention the many details contained therein, has earned, I do believe, a place in history for Harold Parsons. And I made this little still life of actually photocopies. And as one testified, this is a letter from John Walker that Parsons loved to quote. I want to thank you for bringing these pictures to my attention. You have been responsible for many of the greatest works of art crossing the ocean. All of us who work in museums are grateful to you. And this was in just about his last year in 1967. And then he was, as I said, an incessant traveler, and he loved fancy hotels, the Hotel Excelsior in Florence, in Germany, Hotel Lido. Parsons' background was in Greco-Roman art. In 1910, aged 27, he moved to Rome, then experiencing a golden age of classical archaeology as the city was substantially transformed in its new role as the capital of United Italy. It was also a thriving center of the antiquities market. Were we to climb to the top of the Spanish Steps and then turn right, we would come upon this large apartment block, the 25 Via Gregoriana, where Parsons settled, joined in 1915 by his mother. Here's another view looking towards the actual top of the steps and the obelisk. His neighbor on the floor above was the English classicist and archaeologist John Marshall, who in about 1906 had been hired by the Metropolitan Museum of Art as their European buying agent for antiquities, a weighty responsibility. Marshall and his former partner, the very rich Boston expatriate Edward Perry Warren, had bought brilliantly in the field of Greco-Roman art from roughly 1894 to 1904, mostly for the everlasting benefit of the Museum of Fine Arts Boston. I mean, they simply dominated the world market for antiquities in that time. Warren, to whom Parsons had been introduced in 1904, now continued to buy, but on a smaller scale, for other collections in America, such as the Rhode Island School of Design and the Art Museum at Bowdoin College. Parsons, strategically settled in Rome, assisted in that process. He also consulted and sometimes worked with John Marshall. Parsons' earliest years as an art agent in Rome are regularly documented in the diaries of a great scholar of classical art, a native of Prague named Ludwig Pollock. Enjoying a high reputation, Pollock knew all the collectors and dealers in Rome and beyond. Warren, for instance, became an important client soon after the 25-year-old Pollock moved to Rome in 1893. I cannot overemphasize the importance of Pollock's writings for this period, even though they're in German, I must say. But I went through both books, the memoirs and his diary, and he describes the descriptions of meeting Morgan and the extreme kindness and attentiveness and respect that Morgan gave to scholars is expressed by him. According to Parsons, Pollock was a middleman, quote unquote, of the greatest efficiency, honest, wise, and silent. However, he was called up for war duty in Austria and so was absent from Rome until 1919. In later years, he sold the occasional antiquity to the Cleveland Museum, with Parsons acting as the museum's agent. Harold Parsons, as with Bernard Berenson, maintained lifelong ties with the museums of his native state, namely the Museum of Fine Arts Boston and Harvard's Fogg Art Museum. In February 1910, while still in Boston, young Harold had been introduced by his uncle to the recently appointed director of the Fogg, Edward Waldo Forbes. After Parsons moved later that year to Rome, Forbes invited him to be on the lookout for fine examples of Greco-Roman art on the Italian market. Forbes, as a young man, had collected in that field, but now a passion for early Italian art took precedence in the Fogg's acquisition policy. Parsons was available to help Forbes in that branch of collecting as well. Here at long last is an actual work of art, a Quattrocento masterpiece that Parsons tried to obtain for the Fogg, one half of a former double-sided standard of which the other side, depicting the coronation of the Virgin, is now in the Getty Museum. On December 15, 1915, Forbes charged Parsons to offer its then owner, a member of the Fornari family from Fabriano, 30,000 lire. But there were complications. Another American agent, an expatriate, Harold Pearsall, had already alerted Forbes to the picture that January. And there had been additional buzz, the well-informed Parsons wrote Forbes. In 1914, a French dealer had shown it to two Americans, Stanley Lothrop, a Harvard classmate of Parsons, and Dan Fellers Platt, a major collector of early Italian paintings. In July 1916, Parsons had other information to relay to Forbes. Through, and I quote, "Through BB, I discovered that Marshall had had the offer of the picture since last December at a price considerably below that asked of you by Mr. Pearsall. By the following November, our subject was also involving Bernard Berenson. If Fornari would not accept Forbes' price," Parsons wrote, "he," that is Parsons, "will certainly try to, and I quote, "will certainly try to have it reserved, as you suggest, until Mr. Johnson decides." This is the great collector and benefactor of the Philadelphia Museum of Art, John G. Johnson, who for at least a decade had been Berenson's most important American client, that is, after Isabella Gardner. There was a show, I hope most of you got to see the show in Philadelphia, which I thought was one of the greatest advocates for old master paintings and museums, and great patronage. At some time, Berenson informed Johnson about the picture, and in January 1917, Parsons, and I quote, "at the request of our mutual friend of Settignano," that is Berenson, sent him a photograph along with a sensitive appreciation of the work. Johnson died, however, that April 14th, and so the Parsons-Berenson deal never took place. In Italy, however, the picture was retained by the owner, and in any case, an export license must have been well out of the question. The whole episode involving Pearsall caused Parsons to let off steam in a letter of December 1916 to Berenson. And I quote, "If Forbes knew," he wrote, "that Pearsall, that is Pearsall, flourishes about a signed letter from the Fogg as his passport and credentials in the world of art, I think he," that is Edward Forbes, "will be inclined to purge his house of this last remnant of Nortonism. This one," that is Pearsall, "knows utterly nothing of any form of art." Parsons ranted on. Norton, that is Richard Norton, a Rome-based arch-rival of Berenson from his days advising Mrs. Gardner, Pearsall and company are determined that I shall be crushed. Pearsall died, however, in March 1918, as indeed Norton did later that year. Here for a moment, let me recount the evolution of Parsons' relations with B.B. Of the 130 letters to Berenson preserved at Itati, the earliest dates from 1912, which is also when Parsons' name, I have recently found out, appears in the Devine brothers' records for the first time. Parsons was useful to the Devines. Indeed, he was even assigned a code name. So just as Berenson figured as Doris in company cables, Parsons would eventually go by Cecil. With the increased pressure from Devines to obtain early Italian pictures at the time of World War I, as described above, Berenson evidently welcomed contact with the eager young expatriate, Harold. Since the latter now was himself on the lookout for Italian pictures, it made sense for the two to occasionally join forces, as exemplified in their efforts to land the Gentili di Fabriano. Parsons, on the other hand, needed attributions, ones that Berenson, with his overwhelming authority, could supply and indeed satisfy any potential customers. Little wonder, then, that a large percentage of the Berenson-Parsons correspondence dates from the time under discussion. Unfortunately for us, though, Parsons destroyed his letters from Berenson after the latter's death in October 1959, as he told a friend, quote, "It was not of the type to concern others," and incidentally, Berenson did not seem to make copies of his letters, at least the ones in the trade. And the letters I think he wrote were usually very short, unless they were, love letters or whatever. Although it took some 10 years before Parsons would address Mr. Berenson with the more familiar BB, there was a community of interest between the two. Both were devoted to Harvard and to Boston, and both owed much, especially Berenson in his student years and Wanda Yara, to the disinterested patronage of Edward Perry Warren, who showed you a picture of a minute ago. Both thrived on gossip, which, after all, did provide crucial information necessary for successful art dealing. Later, Parsons would introduce Berenson to high-level staff members of the Cleveland Museum, an institution for which he worked assiduously and successfully, and for which Berenson developed a lasting admiration. On the negative side, the wily Parsons made an occasional point, as in his rant against Norton and Pearsall, of engaging, or rather riling up, Berenson on the subject of such pet peeves as his rival Norton, such pet peeves as his rival Norton, the Bosch, especially ponderous German art historians, even Geoffrey Scott, the protege and erstwhile lover of Mary Berenson, whom Parsons occasionally bumped into in Rome. And I still don't know what led him to describe Parsons as, and I quote, "the devil, here, there, and everywhere," a characterization our younger subject actually enjoyed quoting. One thing Parsons and Berenson insisted on was that neither was to reveal the other man's cover. Parsons made a point, for instance, of never requesting remuneration from either the FOG or the MFA Boston. Indeed, it is often difficult to imagine how our subject, in all his many art transactions, got paid, at least until he worked officially for the museums in Cleveland and Kansas City. In his dealings with Devine, he mentions that his work at times would warrant what he called a, quote, honorarium, but he stressed to the owner of Itati, this was in February 1917, that no dealers should know that he acts on commission, quote unquote. As for Berenson's wishes, they were more straightforward. He needed money, lots of it, to function, or at least he needed money, lots of it to function. Most importantly, to buy the leisure to study and write, and to pay for a first-rate art library and photograph collection. And these things, of course, are everlasting benefit of scholars today. In the only written response to Parsons that I know of, one from 1931, he asked the agent to, quote, "keep me from even the remotest contact with the people who have things for sale." In response to Berenson's suggestion, again in February 1917, that he also work with private collectors so as to reap more sales, Parsons responded that he, quote, did see a good deal of what the dealers have, but I am not a gatter about in society and rarely see the contents of big houses. Yet Parsons surely knew that Duveen himself employed scouts, usually family members, to espy, and I quote, the contents of big houses. And he was certainly right that dealing with privates amounted to long and often frustrating work. I know this from first-hand at Wildenstedt's. But the record is clear. Parsons and Berenson both loved to gather about in society. Think of all those baronesse and comtesse that Bibi loved to charm. But rarely, I believe, did either person mix business with pleasure. On second thought, Parsons, though, probably did. Finally, Parsons was happy to bargain. He was good at it, and to work out the details of shipping, export licenses, insurance, and so forth. Berenson, by contrast, begged off more and more all such quotidian concerns. The last transaction involving Parsons and Berenson to be discussed today concerns a tondo ascribed by the critic to the early 16th century Florentine painter Giovanni Antonio Sogliani. Unlike the Gentili di Fabriano picture, it was bought successfully, this time by Berenson's employer, Duveen Brothers in New York. The curious aspect of this episode we will see is this unpublished painting's attribution. To this day, its status remains problematic. Parsons first announced the painting in a letter to Berenson of December 14, 1916. I will show you a photograph in due time, but it's part of the whole narrative here. For me not to show you it yet. A tondo, circa 1 meter in diameter, has just turned up, which is, I hazard a guess, an infantile work of Filippino Lippi. The awkward attachment of the arm at the shoulder, the bambinos, the types and the details are precisely like other works, especially the Santo Spirito altarpiece. The same giantess head, the colors are simple, red, blues, etc. The drawing is rather loose and uncertain. He struggles with proportions and perspective. It must be very early. The preservation is perfect. The picture is dirty but untouched. Parsons continued, it, and I quote, belongs to some brothers here and has just come down from the hills. They of the cloth are difficult, but I think I shall succeed in getting a photo made. He then adds slyly that the apparent owners, quote, will hardly realize its importance. Parsons soon got a photograph and forwarded it to Berenson on December 23rd. He then queried him, quote, would it not be a desirable purchase for our monocled friend, that is, Joseph Duveen? Then came the price. And Parsons writes, it could be bought for a little more than twice the sum he, that is, Duveen, had paid for the Nativity. This Nativity, incidentally, is Bartolomeo Bulgarini's Adoration of the Shepherds, which Duveen acquired in 1916 and sold the next year to the Fog. That came out of Italy with a attribution to Simone Martini. I can't figure that one out. Sometime around New Year's, Berenson appears to have set his colleague right. The work, in fact, was by Sogliani. He also corrected the fact of the picture's ownership. This time, Parsons took the news placidly, writing on January 3rd, I'm sorry to have been so stupid about the tondo. These holy men, that is the owners, purported owners, shame Ananias. They swore that the picture was unknown and came directly from a distant monastery. On February 8th, 1917, the ever-resilient Parsons asked BB, would you be interested in the Sogliani at a Sogliani price? The wretched frati who have it are less boasting now. I cannot find photos of any Sogliani clearly comparable. It would help me in convincing them of their error were I able to do so. End quote. With what appeared the correct Berenson attribution now at hand, the painting's price, one might add, suddenly became more negotiable. In the meantime, Berenson, honoring his contract, kept the New York office of Duveen's abreast of the potential purchase. In June 1917, he sent a photo of the so-called Soliani Tondo to the one member of the Duveen dynasty he had consistently good relations with, that is, Joseph's younger brother, Louis, who did know quite a bit about early Italian painting. And incidentally, Berenson, it may seem uncharacteristic, but he went out of his way to back Louis when there was one of these feuds, and they were trying to squeeze Louis out of the New York office, his family. The Tondo, he wrote, and I quote, was offered to Mr. Joe several years ago for some 15,000 British pounds, at least as a Botticelli. As such, I would not have it and turned it down. Now it has come up again, and I have got the price down to 27,500 lire Italiane, delivered in New York, free of all charges except for American customs duty. The picture is by a well-known Florentine named G.A. Soliani. As you will recognize, it is close to Lorenzo di Credi, but is, in my opinion, more attractive than any Credi. Berenson then added, I advise you to take this picture and beg you to let me have your answer without delay. The sale went through. In the X-book of the Duveen Brothers records, the account of all the purchases made on the basis of Berenson's recommendations and attributions, I found this entry recording the acquisition by Duveen's from Parsons of this painting on February 1st, 1918. Beside the purchase price of 28,000 lira, so now we know what the Fog paid for the Nativity, the rough equivalent of $5,500 are later annotations that write regarding Duveen's sale of the picture. Thus, it was sold on December 12, 1919 at a loss for $3,520, but was returned on April 30th, 1921. And another note appears below, just to the very bottom right-hand corner, sold. Now, the only Soliani Tondo that I know of that matches the above description is this painting in the Walters Art Museum, Baltimore. That work is first recorded in a Walters catalog from 1922 and appeared in Berenson's lists of Florentine paintings 10 years later, as by Soliani, which it is. As it happens, nothing is known of the Walters picture's provenance. So this seemed to be a perfect fit. But this tentative solution has proved wrong. Here is the actual painting. In no way can this work, unlike the Walters Tondo, be considered a Soliani. Yet a photo is filed to this day in the Berenson Photothek as by that artist, with annotations in Beebe's hand indicating its owner in 1955, a Mrs. Robert Bonner Bowler of New York. Still, there was another photo archive to check. That part of the Duveen photograph still conserved in the Department of European Paintings at the Metropolitan Museum. Thanks to the curator, Catherine Bacher, I was given access to what had been Duveen's Soliani photograph file. There indeed was an image of the same Tondo, this one, minus any annotations. So it turns out that Parsons' attribution was closer to the mark than Berenson's, but just barely. There are suggestions of Filipino Lippi's style in the Virgin Mary's downturned eyes. I think the posture of the head is somewhat like his Corsini Tondo, and certain details of the mannered furniture, to be sure. But the weakness in the forms, which Parsons rightly described as, quote unquote, rather loose and uncertain, are evident. I happened to view the painting in long ago 1981, when it belonged to Mrs. Bonner Bowler's daughter. She called me out of the blue at Wildenstein's, where I worked in the research department, at a time when I plugged away at evenings and on weekends at a dissertation on Fra Filippo Lippi. The Tondo was not by Filippino, I politely opined. Could it be instead by his mysterious pupil, Raffaellino del Garbo? And incidentally, I might just add that I never found out how she heard about me. She lived at 86th Street in Madison. I went to a place, she had other Italian paintings, and the decor was out of this Volpi. Sorry, Miss Cappellini. The decor was clearly inspired by people like Volpi. And she had a sort of nice, charming old world manner about her. The Tondo was not by, so I suggested Raffaellino del Garbo, end of that. Years later, it came up at auction as, quote unquote, attributed to Raffaellino, with a provenance from Duvines. Just prior to the sale, however, the attribution was devoted to the manner of that artist. So anybody looking at a sale catalog should always look at the, if you can, information about the actual sale. Anyway, this was a potentially devastating reassessment. Still, it sold for a respectable $68,200. To the best of my knowledge, it remains untraced. Following a careful analysis of the picture, and I really went back and forth about this attribution myself, made from a photograph, Christopher Daly, a brilliant doctoral candidate at Johns Hopkins University, came to the conclusion that the Tondo acquired by Duvines with the Berenson attribution to Soliani was in fact a forgery. I agree with Chris Daly and thank him for granting me permission to announce his verdict to you all now. Thank you.
Thank you. Also thank Albert Rodels for this being accompanying your research. And now is the time that we can talk with our speakers, approach and discuss some of the items we'll be presenting this morning. There's so much. Any question for the moment? Oh, please, Penelope.
Thank you. I have 3 questions for Eloise, actually. I think they're short. I'd like to know a bit more about Reed's drawing ability that you mentioned at the beginning. That seemed unusual. I never heard of that before, but I'd like to know more if you can tell us more. Barwell, just a short thing. Presumably he was richer than simply being a country parson. He must have had independent wealth. And then finally, you mentioned the 300 to 400% rise in the prices of medieval works in the decade, and I wondered if you could say more about why.
Is this, yeah, can everyone hear me? Yes, I found that really interesting, actually, and what it said about curatorship at the time, really, and the skills that were required. And I suppose it's before photography. Photography was in use extensively at the museum, but not really when curators went on trips abroad and looked at objects. And so in the archive we have almost 100 notebooks belonging to both Franks and Reed, with their sketches from their visits abroad, and it's remarkable that you can identify objects in the collection so quickly by the skillful draftsmanship, and I think it really reflects their deep powers of observation, really, before photography became much more widely used in that context. So I think it's interesting for the development of the professional museum curator. And in answer to your second question about Barwell, yes, he did have, he wasn't as wealthy as a lot of the collectors competing for exactly the same objects, actually, at the top end of the market. And in his obituary, there's a quote that talks about his fine eye, which enabled him to compete with the Rothschilds and contemporaries. And he laments his lack of purchasing power in comparison with those his competitors in letters to Reed. And he said, "These prices make me sweep up the crumbs when I can." But really, he was a man of wealth. He had been born in Normandy, And so I think that's what led him initially to look at Limoges enamels, that he had been exposed to French models of collecting. But certainly the objects that he acquired were at a lower price point. He never bought the absolute kind of masterpieces in particular sales. And on a couple of occasions he sold very popular styles of pieces in order to buy more, particularly grisaille pieces. And then finally, yes, the rise of prices for medieval and Renaissance objects at that time. A lot of it was to do with, I suppose, the entry of museums into the market in the second half of the 19th century, and then particularly at the turn of the 20th century, when you have Americans moving into that market with enormous sums of money in comparison to the European buyers who had been dominating the field. And also, as we heard yesterday, in the 1880s with the Settled Land Act and the agricultural depression, that really encouraged a lot of previous wealthy collectors, the Hamilton collection, the Fountain collection, to place their collections on the market. So it was a time of intense competition for these objects. There was awareness that there was a kind of limited opportunity to secure those pieces before they were lost. There's a lot of comments in the British Museum archive refer to competition from America and Russia. So I suppose it was just the enlarging of the market and increase in supply as well. Thank you.
Any more questions? Please.
Hi, it's a question for Louise also. You had a slide that mentioned collecting networks, so you were also seeing for Louise?
It's for me?
Louise, yeah.
The first or the...
The second presentation,
okay.
Louise. Yeah.
Okay. And...
Yeah. You had a slide saying collecting networks. I was wondering if there were any women on these networks, because most of the presentations, both of the collectors, of the agents, they're all men. And if you saw any women on this period acting as agents or in these networks. Thank you.
That's an excellent question, actually, and it's something that has been very difficult to identify, but it was a question that I had myself. And there are indeed women active in this field. Lady Charlotte Schreiber, who had relationships with both the British Museum and the South Kensington Museum, collected Renaissance objects in addition to her extensive porcelain collections, which we know about. But I found identifying prominent female collectors difficult to identify in the archive, but nevertheless, looking through, say, Christie's sale catalogues, where you can see the consignors and the buyers, they crop up much more frequently. A lot of when you're tracing the actual, trying to trace those names further, a lot of the line kind of runs cold, and there's not enough information about who those women are. It'll be Miss so-and-so, Miss Green, or and it's difficult to trace that further. But it's a sign that women were interested in this area of collecting, even though they weren't prominent in the museum archives. You also see it, though, in loan exhibitions, and there are many women who contribute collections to, say, the 1862 South Kensington exhibition. And one aspect I found particularly interesting is the wives of dealers who often lend Renaissance textiles, for example, to exhibitions, and I wonder whether that's to access a particular market that women, it was seen as a more kind of female area of collecting, and women were more likely to buy from the wives of dealers rather than the dealers themselves. So yes, women were active in this field, but I found the documentary evidence to be to be relatively elusive, but certainly evidence that they were present. Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, please, Peter.
Yes, I am intrigued by the phenomenon of the organization of exhibitions. It strikes me that that is a phenomenon that happened in France and in England a lot more than in Italy and in Germany, oddly enough. And I'm fascinated by the role of exhibitions in furthering knowledge of the works exhibited, and the role of private collections who are willing to share their works and allow comparison with sometimes utterly negative results, but of course also with positive results, but the exhibition as a tool of learning. And I'd like to have your opinion about that, because there is a very interesting, I think, relationship between what museums later are going to do, but couldn't do because they didn't have yet enough works in their own collection to be able to organize such exhibitions. And what is your idea about the role of these displays? And often these exhibitions are difficult to apprehend today. If you see the number of works that were lent, there could go into the thousands or even much more. And today we would be shocked to see displays of that kind.
Absolutely. It's, I think that's a really interesting question, and another response actually in reply to Penelope's question about the rise of prices. Exhibitions had a huge impact on the fashion, on encouraging taste for these objects at this time. I think on the one hand, collectors were very willing to lend their objects for the reason that this usually produced the legacy of a catalogue, and that was then, if you look at how regularly exhibitions like 1862, 1857 in Manchester, and even the 1897 Burlington Fine Arts Club exhibition that Barwell lent to, those references crop up so frequently when these collections later come to auction. So I think even though there might have been occasions when objects were compared unfavourably, it nevertheless authenticated objects at a time when fakes and forgeries were so prevalent on the market. I think they also played an important role just in encouraging taste, in the sense that collectors had quite it was a surprising for us now, today, a surprising degree of control in the way in which their objects were exhibited. For example, in the 1862 exhibition, Leopold Rothschild had a kind of mini Kunstkammer where he displayed his entire collection of medieval Renaissance objects just in one vitrine, and it was really a kind of manifestation of his taste and his wealth. So it asserted the status of the collector. And it was also an important opportunity for collectors to see what was in private collections. And I mean, we see Ferdinand Rothschild, for example. He wasn't a lender to exhibitions, but quite often, within months of an exhibition closing, objects which had been lent by another collector were on display in the vitrines at Waddesdon Manor. So I think it was both an important part of taste in the market, but certainly a very necessary means of using objects for educational purposes, and it's something we touched upon yesterday. Given the fact that museums were still developing their collections, as you say, and I think we spoke yesterday about the role of the South Kensington Museum and the extent to which they relied on loans to fill gaps when they built their new museum and had so many galleries that they needed filling, and they really relied on contributions from private collectors to inspire designers and raise taste and really fulfill their demands. So yes, I think it played a crucial role before museums were established in the way that we really know them to be today. I don't
If Peter allows me, I will ask the other speakers a little their opinion, because really what we've noticed on these free papers is like existence of a triangle amoureuse between museum curators, collectors and dealers. And exhibitions are like almost a way of searching really what you're talking about is connoisseurship and the need of recognition. And I'd like to hear what Patricia and Elliot also have to say about that.
What about the relationship between connoisseurship?
Exactly, but Peter's question was about also the exhibitions.
Exhibition.
But
yeah.
the issue exactly is how some exhibitions have to but I was taking a little further to see how these relations between dealers, museums and collectors, because collectors be in the center, and the need of connoisseurship and the need of recognition of the works of the collectors owned. And this strange and ambiguous world between dealers, museums, and that exhibitions are a good example.
Yeah.
Some exhibitions, not all, as Peter was very clear to explain.
Now, as far as I can say, Berlin was characterized for some kind of exhibitions of the some collections as collections acquired also by the Altes Museum. When the Suermann collections or other collections were acquired by the Berlin museums, were organized, some exhibitions were organized, but most of all, even some exhibitions of Renaissance portraits or other antiques, works of art were exhibited, and was Willem von Bode, the curator of these exhibitions, also because he understood that the private collectors had to be involved in the not in the art market, but in the art context, because he hoped that many collections, as the Heinauer collections, the Kahn collections, after the death of the owners, could come to the Berlin museums, but not the Heinauer collection and the Kahn collection went to other had other destinations, but also the fact that he was the mediator or the advisors for Edward Simon, so the connoisseur, because Willem von Bode was educated as a lawyer, studied laws, but he became an art historian with a fine eye to fine skill to recognize the hand of masters, and then he became the advisors of many collectors, as the ones I mentioned in my paper, and so he understood that the private collectors and sometimes even some exhibitions and some masterpieces exhibited in this context could be a case solution to let many masterpieces enter the Berlin museums. And then he started in 1871 to scour Italy, too, searching for masterpieces. So he came in touch with Bardini, with Volpi, and with other. And just one consideration about the Florentine dealers. I spoke about Bardini, Volpi, and Grassi most of all. Reading the letters of many dealers, Florentine dealers, written to Bode, Bardini, Grassi, even Salvatori, who traded carpets, you can tell the difference between the advisors, the connoisseurs, the trendsetters as Bardini and Volpi, even Grassi, and between those and other sellers who limited themselves to sell items, applied art most of all, but not to advise Bode and others.
Yeah, I mean, it's I guess an obvious thing that there weren't so many shows in Italy was that Italy hadn't been united. Had been united only recently, but I suddenly thought of the great 1922 show in the Pitti Palace, Palazzo Pitti in Florence, of Baroque painting, and that really opened up a lot of people's eyes. At least I know in America, and was Dennis Mann alive then, probably, that this amazing thing, and probably dealers began to think, well, we should get these things or be in touch with the owners. But Italy, of course, was the source, and with such rapacious people as Willem van Bode, you want to keep everything as quiet as possible in order to, and any Italian dealer naturally would want to keep things in reserve for the highest paying. I'm just talking as I'm not an art dealer, but I work for one. But I see the logic behind it. But I certainly, yes.
Just to pick up on that, both of you were talking about the flow of Italian painting out of Italy, either to America or to Germany. And you even, Patrizia, you used the word looting. Why wasn't anything happening in Italy? Was there no money, no will, no political? What was the problem? Why were Italians not buying Italian art at that time?
Why did the Italian government buy? Did not the Italian government buy the works of art? Yeah, because there weren't money, and there was not a political will. Yeah, in a way, and it deserves. There are many situations, many case studies to study, just to understand why Italian government did not acquire every single collection or some works of art. They deserve to be studied case by case, even in the case of the Mansi collection. Mansi collection is a collection of paintings from 15th to 17th century. And but the heirs wanted to sell the collection. But at the end, eventually, Uffizi galleries acquired only one, because not the Magdalene, that it is beautiful, and it is now in the Gemälde Gallery in Berlin, but only Giuliano Bugiardini. So there is also a matter of taste, a matter of opportunity. In that moment, Uffizi Gallery lacks that painting of Giuliano Bugiardini. Giuliano Bugiardini was a Florentine painter. Maybe they were not so interested in acquiring a painting, beautiful painting by a Flemish painter. So it is a matter of money. Several times the so-called diritto di prelazione, the right of first refusal, was not exercised, was not practiced by Italian government because there was no money. And sometimes it's a matter of will, sometimes it's a matter of political balance. Antiques dealers were very represented in the Senato, in the Camera Alta, yeah, because they were rich, they represented the Italian bourgeoisie. And so they could move the political balance. So antiques trade were very protected. Everybody says that, and also now, antiquarians let many works going abroad, but in reality they were protected. So the first national law was issued only in 1902, so many years after the unification of Italy.
I will.
Could I just ask, when was the system of notificato? Well, that was in 1939. If anything came up in auction,
il vincolo. Sorry. Yes, also, I think I don't want to make a mistake, but also in 1909 with the second national law, the law issued by Ministro Rosadi, there was the vincolo, la notifica, yes, and then was confirmed by the Legge Bottai in 1939. And so Italian legislation is very strict in this sense. But before the Nazi law, before the 1902, everything was very confused.
So, Ingrid Rice.
Could I, just a bit about in this regard too about Italian art. When I mentioned how Warren and Marshall dominated the market in antiquities up till about 1903 or 4, and they were buying for mainly the Boston Museum, and Warren, who was very rich, would give things to the Boston Museum, or just ask for cost price. And he had a very extremely well organized network of people in Greece and Italy and France and Germany, but there was, I think, the reason it came to one reason their dominance came to an end was a change in the priorities of the Boston Museum, but also, as I understand it, in Italy, in Rome, there was one particular art, public servant who was, I think, a soprintendente, for instance, who just would not let it happen anymore. He just put a huge clamp on it, and that, they had to go fish in other waters. There's a great line by William Buchanan. He's, I think, the great English art dealer of the when would that be? The early, mid to late 18th century. No, I think 1820s. Sorry, yeah, 1820s. He said once. He said in his memoirs. He said that you find the best fish in troubled waters.
Well, we have to close, but the last question will be by Ingrid Rice, please.
I think it may get a short answer. This is for Patrizia also. You spoke a lot about, as was wonderful, about the relationships between dealer, collector, and museum professional, but I wonder if you could say a few words about how the Florentine dealers related to one another, because Volpi, having been with Bardini originally, and how was their subsequent relationship, and did they ever do what certainly the London dealers did of combining and joint owning a very valuable work of art that then they would take a percentage of the profit for?
As I said, the Florentine dealers were connected each other, and I found some documents that proved that Elia Volpi and Emilio Costantini made temporary alliances in order to, for example, to acquire a great work of art and then very expensive, and then share the profits. This was a usual practice, not only between Volpi and Costantini, but also between other art dealers. I didn't mention today the others, but there were a particular and interesting person was Vincenzo Ciampolini, who had a lot of estates, a lot of assets, was the owner of a lot of estates, who has had a lot of cash to book, to lend to the dealers, and to have back the profits. And then Salvadori, who traded carpets, included the Barberini tapestries, who sold to many collectors, also in Philadelphia. And about the English dealers, English dealers is a part of a future project because yes, because in the second slide with the network, I listed different names of people that I don't know anything about, because our names I found only written in the export permit. So I limited to sign, to transcribe the names of these English collectors or dealers. I don't know. I only know Fitzhenry and Joseph Salley, who were in touch even with Bode and Bardini. But I really do not know nowadays any more information.
Thank you. Well, we're going to have the last of the last, except San João. But we have to be fast because everyone has to have a break and to read.
I'm sorry, but I was just tempted to ask you about the Tamaro de Marini's role, because he is perhaps the only Italian dealer that interests the Gulbenkian collection, and also, well, the Manzi is also part of an acquisition by Gulbenkian. So, but in particular the Marinis, what's the role in terms of his involvement in this?
I came across this name only when I made some research about a villa di Celle near the place where I live, near Prato. Volpi bought this villa and lived there between 1924 and 1927, and I think he acquired it from De Marinis. And then the other occasion I came across with this name is in the letters Ugo Yetti wrote to his wife. Ugo Yetti was an intellectual, a writer, a journalist. Then he became very near with the fascist regime. and he was very near, in touch with the Marinis. I think they shared some bargains, I think, but I really don't know more about Tamaro de Marinis.
I'm very delighted to open this panel on markets, diaspora, and displacement. We have heard quite a lot about early modern painting, sculpture yesterday, a little bit of ancient Egypt. We heard something also of some Persian art and also of medieval, and we're going to really extend the boundaries now in this panel, and we're going to look at Byzantine art and Islamic art, so-called Islamic art, and also at Chinese art. So our first speaker is Francesco Lovino, who, like many very good Italian academics, is currently outside of Italy. He's an associate member of the Center for Early Medieval Studies at the Masaryk University of Brno in Czechia. And his main research interest is the reception of Byzantine art in 19th and 20th century. And today he's going to speak to us about selling Byzantium Parisian art dealers at the beginning of the 20th century. Thank you.
So, thank you very much. Thank you to the organizer for having me here today and for this beautiful conference. Okay, so far we have highlighting different patterns of collecting in the 20th century. From my side, I would like to introduce you to a minor episode in the history of collecting, and let me use the term minor, not because it's unimportant, but because of the small number of actors involved and of its short duration of the phenomenon. To do so, I should briefly recap the relation between Byzantium and modern Europe, especially in France. Through the century, the conception of Byzantine art and imagery was fluid. In the 17th century, while Louis XIV was considering conquest of the Ottoman Empire, scholars were enlisted to legitimize his claims on the throne of Istanbul. As a result, we have outstanding initiatives like the Byzantine du Louvre and Ducange Historia Byzantina. A century later, however, the French Enlightenment branded Byzantium as horrible and dégoûtant, as Voltaire said. So the works of Montesquieu, Le Beau, and Voltaire created what some have termed as the third fall of Constantinople. The 19th century brought a new appreciation of Byzantine culture and imagery. For the most part, Byzantium served as a symbol of profound spirituality on one hand and of decadence and eroticism on the other. This twofold meaning given to Byzantium is well explicated by two of the pivotal masterpieces of the 19th century Byzantine revival. In 1874, Paul Abadie won the design competition for the Basilica of the Sacré-Cœur in Montmartre with a bold and iconic neo-Byzantine design, whose interiors are decorated with Byzantine-style mosaics. But Byzantinomania reached a fevered pitch a decade later with the debut of Victorien Sardou Theodora at the Théâtre de la Porte de Saint-Martin in the December of 1884, with Sarah Bernhardt in the role of the Empress Theodora and the jewelry specifically designed in Byzantine style by Alphonse Mucha. In the intention of its author, the play gave an historical account of the dissolution, the decadence, and the eroticism of the court of Constantinople, reviving all the stereotypes of the Orient nurtured through the 19th century. Again, in 1904, Louis Pasteur was buried in the crypt he built on the basement of his palace, explicitly inspired by the mausoleum of Galla Placidia in Ravenna. So far, by the way, we are not dealing with Byzantine art collectors. Victorien Sardou and Louis Pasteur died in 1908 and 1904. They were both collectors, and they were both interested in Byzantium, but in a way or another, none of them ever owned a single Byzantine artifact. The situation will change in a couple of years. Sardou's Theodora, movies like Les Torches Humaines by Georges Méliès, and the popular novels of Paul Adams and other artists, other writers, changed the perception of Byzantine art within the avant-garde circle that aroused its interest mainly towards African and pre-Columbian art. It was in these fields that Joseph Brammer started his career as dealer. Brammer left Hungary to study art with Auguste Rodin, and together with his brothers Imre and Ernest, and with the support of Royal Tyler, he opened his gallery in Paris in 1909. Brammers dealt initially in African tribal and pre-Columbian arts. Then, probably through the influence of Solomon Reinach, director of the Musée des Antiquités Nationales and professor of Ernest Brammer at the École du Louvre, they branched out into ancient, medieval, and contemporary French art. In few decades, Joseph Brammer had the finest collection ever amassed by a single hand, as in the words of Kurt Weitzmann. Byzantine artifacts came to the attention of collectors. Their abstract qualities accorded with the taste of the time, and they were relatively inexpensive. As a consequence of this widespread appeal, Byzantine objets d'art appeared in art galleries and were displayed in museums, with Paris becoming the center of a prosperous art market. Robert Wood Bliss, who together with his wife Mildred Barnes Bliss would later found Dumbarton Oaks, started his Byzantine collection in the Brammers Gallery in Boulevard Raspail, purchasing a 6th century silver calice in 1913. But dealing with Byzantium means dealing with a diaspora of both men's and artifacts. To give you a quick example, two of the first collectors of Byzantine art were the Medici family and the Cardinal Basilio Bessarione in the 16th century Italy. They were both collecting for opposite reasons on the edge of the fall of Constantinople, the real one in 1453, and the consequent diaspora of Greek men's and artifacts from the Bosphorus to Western Europe. The first decades of the 20th century presented a similar panorama. The geopolitical situation fostered the translocation of artifacts from east to the west. The First World War, the Bolshevik Revolution, the fall of the Ottoman Empire, and the massive population exchange between Greece and Turkey in 1923, the economic crisis in Europe, all these factors favored the circulation of Byzantine artifacts, often fleeing with their owner from their home country. This is especially the case of Christian and Russian icons that invaded the market in the 20s. The rediscovery of icons in Russia was similar to the fortune of pre-Renaissance masters in Western Europe in the last decades of the 19th century. In the first years of the 20th century, icons were restored, cleaned by all the refreshing, as they were called in the Orthodox tradition, and gained an artistic value besides the religious one. After the revolution, the Bolshevik Revolution, on one side the Soviet regime was no longer interested in icons for political purposes, and the emigrants needed to sell the few they took with them to survive far from their home. In this situation, some dealers became specialized in trading icons, as in the case of Alexander Polovtsov. Polovtsov was the son of a former Secretary of State and a diplomat under Tsar Alexander III, and reinvented himself in Paris as a dealer. And among the others, he was the one who sold the icons of the School of Novgorod, as for example this icon of Priest Pantocrator of the 16th century, to Henry Walters in 1931. The interest for icons intertwined with that for modern art. Already in 1911, Henri Matisse traveled to Russia, where he visited several collections of Russian icons and expressed his reverence for their moving simplicity. Matisse was part of the sacred triad of the British connoisseur Matthew Pritchard, who stated that the purest principles of art were the music of Mozart, Byzantine art, and Henri Matisse. Besides Mozart, Pritchard managed to put in contact Matisse with Byzantine art and imagery, He donated a series of Byzantine coins to Matisse that, together with icons, shaped the inspiration of the artist during the 1910s, as in this portrait of a Riffian, where Orientalist ethos and a face directly inspired, where Orientalist ethos are intertwined with a face directly inspired by the numismatic given by Prichard to Matisse. So far, I know just one other artist who was also a collector of Byzantine artifacts, the sculptor Jacques Lipchitz. Lipchitz moved to Paris in 1909 to study sculpture at the École des Beaux-Arts, and he soon started collecting. His main interest was non-European art, especially African and pre-Columbian. Lipchitz's specialization in sculpture is mirrored by the piece he lent to the exhibition organized in Paris in 1931. Two heads in stone, loosely defined as art barbar, without any further datation. Unfortunately, these two pieces are unidentified because Lipchitz was forced to escape the Nazi and flee to the United States in 1941. So his collection was dispersed, and he himself explained in 1960 during an exhibition organized in the Brooklyn Museum in New York of his collection that he has lost part of his collection several times because of Hitler, because of fire, and because of several other circumstances. So, the interest for Byzantine art is strictly intertwined with those for non-European, Eastern European art. Pre-Columbian, African, and Byzantine art practically coexisted in the market of Paris during the 20s. This golden ornament of a frog was sold by the Celebram brothers that opened their gallery in Paris in 1905. They opened also at around 1910 a branch in Cairo in order to negotiate directly at the source and then to send the best objects to Paris. So, as I told you, they sold this frog ornament from Costa Rica to the Penn Museum, and in the same year they sold also this exquisite 7th century necklace with Aphrodite to Mildred and Robert Briss. The growing interest for Byzantine art finally led to the first international exhibition of Byzantine art that opened in May 1931 at the Museu des Arts Décoratifs in Paris. By any standard, it was the first exhibition of Byzantine art, far beyond the provincial dimension of the Italo-oriented Esposizione d'Arte Bizantina organized at the Abbey of Grottaferrate in 1905. Practically every moment of the cultural history of Byzantium had its artistic representative. Late antique ivory diptychs, Coptic tapestries, post-Byzantine icons, illuminated manuscript, and there was even a section collecting all the mosaics, the copy of the mosaics of Hagia Sophia, San Vitale of Ravenna, and San Marco in Venezia. In total, more than 1,000 objects were on display, and almost 50% of those were given by private owners. And I do not remember the exact percentage, but to respond to your answer before, almost the 25% of the 50% of the private donators were galleries or art dealers. So it was a strong, let's say, a strong impact of private lenders to the organization. The exhibition was the peak of the Parisian market. Byzantium had finally raised an institutional value, the discipline was taught in the university, and museums were eager to have their own Byzantine collection. It was also the beginning of its decline. The prices increased, and the economic crisis and the political instability led the market from Paris to New York. This displacement is well described by the last object I want to show you today. which is the famous diptych of Philoxenus, a diptych of the 6th century. It was sold by Maurice and Raphael Stora. They were the two brothers of Romanian origins who opened their own gallery in Paris in 1912. And after World War I, Raphael decided to translocate his a branch in New York in order to open the market to the American collectors. The history of the transaction of this diptych reveals how the market was changing and how Paris was no longer the center of Byzantine art market, but this was moving to New York. The diptych came in fact to the end of Maurice, who was the one who was running the Paris branch of the gallery. And it was one of the former diptychs belonged to the Trivulzio collection, and unexpectedly it came to the market because most of them were kept by the Italian government in the 1930s. Maurice, the head of the Paris branch, managed to get the exclusives to sell the diptych. Nonetheless, he preferred to send it quickly to New York when it was showed to the several collectors and institutes interested in it in the United States, and it was finally purchased by the Blisses in 1935. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francesco. Now we're going to hear a little bit more about World War II. We're going to move to the talk by Inês Fialho-Brandão, who's well known to many of us here today. She's coordinator of the Exiles Memorial Center in Estoril and has been conducting Nazi-era provenance research since 1912. So she's going to talk today about the ERR database, and we'll discover what ERR means, and the recreation of Nazi-looted Islamic art collections in Paris.
Can you hear me? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation. Before I begin, I just want to give a number of acknowledgements. First of all, to the Gulbenkian Foundation. They financed my studies in 2001, and they are now giving me the opportunity to speak to you in this absolutely incredible setting. To my current employer, Cascais City Council, and my immediate supervisor, who gave me the time to attend the conference yesterday and to prepare today's paper. And to Mark Mazurowski, the coordinator of the ERR database. You should consult the database, and you should see his blog, Plundered Art, as he does quite a creative use of what is in the database. Finally, I applied for this conference when I was in the adrenaline-infused haze of my first month of maternity leave, and I would not be able to speak to you today without the village of family and friends that is raising my child with me while I am here on a Saturday. Now, what is Nazi-looted before we get into the RR? I just want to make sure we're all in the same page. Nazi-looting Nazi-looting provenance research means finding out where an object of art was between 1933 and 1945. This corresponds to the period when collections, private collections and public collections and companies were being targeted for their assets, and assets were pretty much everything. So here I give you an example of a page of the Kalila Wadimna at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, whose Nazi-era provenance I researched in 2002. And in brown, you can see what happened to this page. It was seized by the ERR, and in German you can read, it's the Rosenberg Special Task Force in 1940. It was given an inventory number. it was sent to Germany, returned to France, and restituted to Alphonse Kahn. So this item has what we call a clean Nazi-era provenance. All museums that subscribe to the Washington Declaration and later to the Theresienstadt Declaration from countries that subscribe to those declarations are expected to engage actively in Nazi-era provenance research. Why is Islamic art not a center of study regarding looting, Nazi-era looting? We know a lot about the paintings, but Islamic art is not a Picasso. So there is a certain research bias. We want to know what happened to the paintings. We want to know what happened to the European art. We are less interested, or it's more difficult to find out what happened to the decorative arts, and most of Islamic art falls under decorative arts. And for commercial researchers, those who contact heirs, presumed heirs, to say that they have something for them, there is less commercial value in the restitution, the litigation and restitution of Islamic art. In addition, the fact that there can be multiple copies of the same item, that items, for example, might not be signed, makes the identification of precise items much more difficult. Nevertheless, 2 items of Islamic art have been restitution since the 1990s. They are a tapestry that belonged to a Polish family, and it was restituted, and a Persian medallion carpet, which the Dutch Restitution Commission does not allow me to show the entire image. And this is a very interesting restitution case because there were actually 2 Jewish families that were claiming ownership, and since the Restitution Commission could not decide who was the rightful claimant, and the 2 families had agreed to pursue a joint restitution claim, as the item was then going to be on sale, they restituted the same item to 2 different families. Now, the ERR. The ERR, the Rosenberg Task Force, was the brainchild of Alfred Rosenberg, who was Hitler's chief Nazi ideologue, to supposedly collect study materials for what it euphemistically called the Institute of Vanished Cultures. Those vanished cultures were cultures that they were expecting to make disappear. Pride of place in the study was Jewish life and culture, and this required the task force to appropriate itself of the property and assets of Jewish individuals and institutions. Acting mostly in France, it set up business in Paris and built upon the initial plunders that the German embassy had engaged in. And I created this little schema. It's a little bit complex, but I just wanted to call your attention at the bottom to what says mobile action and to bassano, and you will see later why this is important. These actions refer to items that were plundered in mass, as opposed to items that were plundered by the ERR, which targeted specific, very well-known collections. To those, they would attribute specific inventory numbers that meant you could trace the original owners. Anything that was looted by the Mobile Action meant that you did not know who were the original owners of these items. And as you will see, this bears relevance to our findings today. A little image of the Jeu de Paume. This is where the items were taken. This is the French restitution site, and they used the photographs of the German National Archives to illustrate exhibitions that were set up. So these items that you see here were plundered items that were arranged as exhibitions, and then you could have high officials, Göring is the best known one, who could come in and do their shopping. So here, this first image, for the Portuguese of you, I call attention to the item on the left. It is the only Portuguese item known to have been looted from the David Weil collection, and it is a Regolas carpet. It was restituted. For everybody else, please pay attention to the amount of textile fragments and oriental carpets that were displayed as luxury items, high-end fine arts, to be selected and taken to Germany to private collectors. I cannot see what is in the display cases, but I can certainly assume there will be some ceramics, maybe not in those, but in other display cases there were ceramics. Now, what is the ERR database? The ERR database started by building on the catalog, the inventory card catalog that was created by the ERR. So they didn't just digitize these cards and made them available, they actually treated them. And that's what you see on the left. All of the information is removed. Whatever information there is from different archives, is digitized in, so it doesn't all come from the same National Archive. It comes from American, French, German archives, and recently they've been introducing Belgian looted collections. And this is what an ERR card inventory looks like. And this is the card for the Kalila Wadimna folio that I showed you at the beginning. Luckily, the Kalila Wadimna is illustrated, and an illustration meant for claimants for restitution a higher chance of obtaining restitution as you could identify the specific artwork. So what did I do? I wanted to find out what was the importance of Islamic art in the mass of looted items that went through the Jeu de Paume. So I used the ERR database and I built my own database. And I started by searching the obvious terms. And from then on, I built a lexicon of terms to search so that I could build this database. And what you find out is the subjectivity of the people who were looting a specific collection at the same time in classifying these items. There are no normative terms for anything. Something can be Persian, and then the same type of object will become Islamic or will become Syrian, and that is the second work that needs to be done, is to see how knowledgeable were the people that were actually doing the looting. And then I applied a number of filters to find out a bit more information about these items. So on the overall 39,511 items looted, and I must do a little specification here, which is most cards refer to one item. There are, however, some cards that refer to boxes, to crates, and they will have a variable amount of items. So the minimum amount of looted items for Islamic art is 346 over 39,500. So that's about almost a 1% of the looted items. I think we can reach that percentage once we examine the contents of each crate. I picked on all of the different typologies that were given and the different classification methods, and I created 13 typologies. These reflect my subjective approach. And the ERR defined 37 geographic locations that just defy imagination. So that's for later, for somebody else to do that work. For the private collectors, I think this is the wrong, it doesn't matter. For the private collectors, we've had over 608 owners overall. We identified 15 private collections, of which 13 were certainly Jewish. The other two, I presume they were Jewish, but I haven't found documentation to confirm it. At least one was deported to Bergen-Belsen and then to Rezin. They all appear to have survived, these owners. I don't know about their families. And then 5 Mobile Action collections. The Mobile Action was first gathered from people's private apartments. Then it was taken to 3 major warehouses, Bassano, Levitan, and Austerlitz. The collections that were taken to Bassano were then broken down in thematic collections, and the best items in those collections were sent to the Jeu de Paume. Because of the way they were looted, their original owners are unknown. Their rightful owners are unknown. So these items are, it's with great difficulty that they are ever restituted. So this is the division in terms of typologies, the representation, and I think that anyone that knows Islamic art won't really be surprised to find out that carpets are the bulk, are 32%, or almost 1/3 of what was looted. But weapons come in second, and we are talking about rifles, pistols, daggers, swords, sabers, knives that are decorated. And so these are not for use, these are for collecting, and they are embellished with precious metals, embellished with precious stones, and it's not what I expected to find. I expected to find ceramics and arts of the book. And so I was surprised about this importance of the weapons. As for the origins, the Mobile Action accounts for over half of the items that were looted. This means we cannot identify their owners. And then the first most important collection are the Rothschilds. This is a network in a family who all received the same inventory code. And they would be looted several times. All of these collectors tended to receive more than one visit. First, they would come for the best part of the collection. Then they would come, they'd realize that they left some things behind, they'd come back, and so on and so forth. And the bank vaults would be looted. Then the chateaus would be looted. Then the museum warehouses where they had sent items for safekeeping were looted, and so on and so forth. The 9% category is all of the other collectors that had less than 15 Islamic art items in their collection that were taken, so that the pie chart wouldn't get too confusing. So this is overall the number, the collectors of Islamic art that we have identified in this ERR database. And as you'll see, they mostly have a low number of items in the collection. I have pointed out the different mobile actions and the items that were in them, and at the bottom you will find the carpets, M-A-T for carpets, ASI for Asian, EX for exotic, WA for weapons, EX for exotic, and MET for metalwork. This doesn't mean that you won't find metalwork in exotic, for example. Again, we go back to the subjectivity of the looter. This was not a taxonomical science that was being applied. Now, of all of these, Léo Meyer at the top was the collector who was a French politician, and he was deported to Bergen-Belsen. Most of the other ones, Berthe Popper was actually deceased by then, so it's the succession of Berthe Popper that was looted. And for the Portuguese here, Gaston Calment-Lévy is actually the grandfather of Alain Oulman, the composer. Then I wanted to find out how representative was Islamic art within these people's collections. And no surprises here, not that much. So the highest number is Berthe Popper, Esther Van Cleef, that is the wife of Mr. Arpels. And then most of everybody has Islamic art objects in their collection that represent less than 2%. Now, in the Mobile Action, I wanted once again to find out the proportion. I'm not so good with absolute numbers. And so, once again, we have the carpets that are over 50%. This means that 25% of the looted Islamic art items were carpets. And then, because of the carpet thing, I wanted to see if carpets have the same importance in private collections as it did in the Mobile Action, and as it turns out, it doesn't. Weapons are the most important subtype, and then carpets come in fourth, as opposed to an all collections average, which tells me that the collections, the Islamic art collections that were taken, they were being targeted specifically. They weren't just being taken wholesale. These weapons were targeted specifically. They weren't just lying around and put in a box because they were there. Now, I could go on breaking down all of the potential of this database, but I thought you could use some visual relief from pie charting. And so I will show you another potential of the ERR database, which is to reconstruct collections. So in the Seligman brothers Islamic art items, overall, Jacques Seligman had 255 looted items. Arnauld had 154. And here are the Islamic art items that had a visual reproduction. 5 minutes, great. Here are the Islamic art items that had visual reproductions, and you can see that they were focused mostly on ceramics. All these were restituted. The Rothschild mosque lamps. Someone was saying yesterday, mosque lamps are all the same. I hope this proves you wrong. These were all restituted. Another type of research can be a search by type, and you can create mini exhibitions of, for example, manuscripts that were looted. On this group on the left, is this the pointer thing? Yeah. So this group on the left, they're all Rothschild, and you can see the original sources of the photographs. The bottom ones are from the National Archives and Records Administration, and the top are the original photographs that were scanned, and they have the inventory number attached to the image. And here on the right is a Qajar miniature, and that belonged to Alphonse Kahn, and you can see at the top KA979. That would be the inventory number. They were all restituted. And then we have the Islamic art objects that were in the Mobile Action seizures, and these ones have not been restituted. The current whereabouts are unknown. And for the fans, here is a page of the De Materia Medica of 1255, if I'm not wrong, made in Baghdad. This is very important for anyone that studies Islamic Art 101, this manuscript. I apologize that this map isn't a little bit more clean, but I wanted to show you what this means in terms of geographical proximity. Now let's look at Avenue d'Iéna here. So here you have Mr. Gulbenkian. Here you have the succession of Berthe Proper. And here you have Gaston Calment-Lévy's home. And here, this little blue flag here, that is Bassano. That is the warehouse where Mobile Action was taking place. So it's in people's backyards that this is happening, within the city of Paris, within the same arrondissement. These are other collections, and most of these collectors, of course, are high-end collectors. So we're talking Avenue d'Iéna, Avenue Foch, Rue Gabriel, and so on. So here is an example of an item that went through Lager Bassano. This is ASI 61, 14th century Persian lustreware. This item's current location is unknown. It was in 1943 in Bassano. This is an image not from the Bassano camp. I wasn't able to find any images. This is from the Lévitan camp. This one, if you go online, is the best illustrated one. And what you see here is prisoners from the camp of Drancy who were transferred to these specific warehouses in Paris to sort out looted items. Here, they're sorted out clothes. They would have seamstresses, carpenters, all of them were prisoners to fix the items that were looted and then separate them by themes and then ship them to Germany for reparations or to sell them for money. This is Golda Clayman. She's one of the women that worked in Bassano. She may have been in touch with some of the Islamic art items as she was a seamstress. She might have repaired carpets. She may have repaired textiles that went through her hands. She was deported in the 31st of July, 1944 to Auschwitz, where she died on arrival. She was murdered on arrival. So after I've shown you the system, we can conclude that Islamic art, of course, represents a small percentage of the looted items in Paris during the Second World War. A wide range of typologies is represented. The carpets represent over 50%. Oriental carpets are less important as a typology in private collections. And there is no single collection that was targeted because of only its Islamic holdings. All these collections were mixed. Restitution percentages are higher in Islamic art than in other typologies for identified owners, possibly because they did not enter the art market. Where to go from here? Many steps, many areas of study. This is a preliminary database. It needs more time, more people, more money. And the obvious questions, what does this mean, this type of Nazi art research mean for the Gulbenkian Islamic art collection? Basically, items that were acquired before 1933 are considered safe in terms of Nazi-era provenance. There are purchases from 1933 onwards from what are considered to be problem dealers. This doesn't mean that the items were looted. It just means that these dealers at some moment were in touch with someone. And so you just need, those would be your priority objects. But the truth is that Gulbenkian purchases slowed down during the Second World War. There is one document here in the Gulbenkian archives that I find extremely interesting. It's dated from 1947, and it's a letter from a refugee art dealer in Lisbon, a man called Eric David Popper, who addresses Mr. Gulbenkian, proposing the sale of a rare edition of the Goncourt brothers, L'Art du XVIIIe siècle. And it gives us provenance the library of Arthur Mayer, whose holdings were looted in Paris. And Mr. Gulbenkian adamantly refuses, and the reason why he gives for the refusal to buy this very interesting book is precisely that the collection was looted, and I do not want to buy any sort of item that may have been someone's private property. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Anish. We're going to come now to our last talk on Chinese art. We're going to hear from Anna Andrus Mantua, who is the manager and head curator of Anastasio Gonçalves Museum, and she's worked extensively on the art market in Portugal. Many of you who are here today know her work. She's going to speak about objects in diaspora, the acquisitions of Anastasio Gonçalves during and after World War II.
First of all, I want to thank you to the organization to be here in this marvelous, as Ines said, marvelous scenario. So I'm going to talk about a private Portuguese collection that in time was made a public collection. So it was in the 1920s that the ophthalmologist António Anastácio Gonçalves began to purchase the works of art that he later gathered together at the house which the painter José Malhoa had commissioned from the architect North Jr. So this is the house, very close from this foundation, a house from 1904 that Anastácio Gonçalves bought later. This was purchased by Anastácio Gonçalves in 1932, and according to its legal description for tax purposes, dated 1937, I quote, was a building to be used as a residence and a museum. Based on this information, it was clear that from a very early stage, he had established in his mind the intention to create a museum that he would then bequeath to the Portuguese state through his will, and which was to be used, and I quote again, for the recreation and education of the public. This is the larger room of the house. It was a residence, and this was the studio, the atelier of the workshop of Malhoa, the painter José Malhoa. And now it's one of the rooms of the exhibition of the House Museum. António Anastácio Gonçalves was an extremely meticulous man who systematically recorded in great detail all the purchases, exchanges, and sales that he made over the years. It is through these rigorously kept inventories that we are now able to arrive at various conclusions about the way in which he built up his collection, who he acquired pieces from, their description, their respective value, and the cost of their restoration, as well as the date of their incorporation into the collection. And according to these records that are still kept in the archives of the museum, we could draw a line of interests of typologies of collection: painting, furniture, and porcelain. And we can see that until 1942, he didn't buy porcelain, no kind of ceramics, only furniture and painting. It's an interest that appeared during the Second World War. Although he traveled a great deal throughout his life, he acquired few of his pieces abroad. In September 1954, he purchased a watercolor by Eugène Delacroix from the French antique dealer Jean Austin at Quai d'Orsay 31, with whom he formed a close friendship that would last for several years. This is, I will, sorry. He bought that watercolor. In fact, as far as this latter piece is concerned, Anastácio Gonçalves added the following comment on his notes. Labels, and I quote, labels have been placed on the back, one from the garde-meuble and another indicating that the painting had been displayed at the Charpentier Gallery in the exhibition L'Aquarelle romantique et contemporaine 1944. Another indicating its origin, 39 Rue d'Artois, Collection Georges Viau, Eugène Delacroix, cheval arabe blanc, d'un carnet de voyage au Maroc. In the same way, among the papers that he kept in his personal archives was a newspaper cutting, unfortunately without any title and undated, where there is a reference to the sale made by auction on 11 December 1942 at Hôtel Drouot in Paris of the collection of paintings and drawings of Dr. Georges Viau, and in which it is stated that Delacroix's white horse, this one, had fetched the amount of 1,500,000 francs. In 1955, on the 26th June, during one of his many trips in Paris to Paris, he purchased, as always from the same Austin, a French writing desk from the second half of the 18th century, which he used for his daily business in the office of his home in Avenida 5 de Outubro, and in the next day he returned to the antiquary to buy this Jan Bruegel the Elder, known as Velvet Bruegel, which today forms part of the permanent exhibition at the House Museum. I'm going to talk about now a woman. Normally we didn't have heard about many women in our in the several conferences, but curiously, Anastácio Gonçalves bought from a large number of women who were art market agents in Lisbon, in Portugal, but mainly in Lisbon. Originating from Bilbao, in the Basque country, Helena Adorno, a widow who later became Ortega by virtue of a second marriage, settled in Lisbon with her children in the course of the Spanish Civil War. Here in Lisbon, she reinvented herself as an art dealer, She didn't know anything about it, but here she became an art dealer, as several others that came to Lisbon and to Portugal. Immediately after the end of the Second World War, she invited Fernando Mardel, a disciple of Luciano Freire, a restorer and specialist in painting and the director of restoration workshop at the Museu Nacional de Arte Antiga, to accompany her on a trip across Europe with the aim of bringing high-quality picture works to Portugal. And therefore, she brought from that journey throughout Europe this Narcissus painted by Gustave Courbet that is now part of the collection. This Narcissus is signed and dated from 1852, and she also sold to Anastácio Gonçalves a great deal of miniatures of great artistic and documentary value. She also sold to Anastácio Gonçalves a great piece of furniture that is national treasure, an Antwerp cabinet with paintings from the Circle of Rubens. Well, with the aim of fleeing the terrible calamity of World War II, various Jews and other foreigners originating from different European countries came to Portugal, most of them settling in Lisbon and the Estoril coast. Although they had different activities and professions, they soon understood the opportunity that presented itself to them in the form of a flourishing art and antiques market that did not require any special preparation, but demanded, above all, continued practice and a trained eye. The most important of these was undoubtedly Jacques Kugel, who after living in Lisbon opened the Galerie Jacques Kugel at 279 Rue Saint-Honoré in Paris. Now housed in the former Hôtel Collot in Quai Anatole, France, the gallery is run by his sons, Nicolas and Alexis, and is still considered to be a major international reference in the art and antiques market. So Kugel sold to, among other pieces, this great day chair, Portuguese great chair, because it didn't not just deal with foreigner pieces, but mainly also with Portuguese pieces. Eliezer Kamenetsky arrived in Lisbon in the 1920s after having traveled through South America and took up residence at Travessa da Mãe d'Água, 26th, second floor. On the 6th June 1942, Anastácio Gonçalves initiated his collection of Chinese porcelain. As I told you before, until 1942, he only bought painting and furniture. A Chinese porcelain by purchasing a white pot from the Qing dynasty from the first half of the 18th century, covered with a black mirror glaze and decorated in gold. It's the pot that we see on the left side. A few years later, in 1946, he bought from the same art dealer, from Eliezer Kamenetsky, this other vase in the shape of cabassa. I don't know the name in English. So, sorry? Good. Thank you. Another interesting a woman that Inés also studied, and she has more information about her, is Elfrida Marques Pereira. She has a Portuguese surname because she married a Portuguese, but she was German, and she came, we don't know the exact date of her arrival in Portugal, but we are sure that it's during the period of, or maybe before or immediately after the Second World War. Elfrida Marques Pereira had an antique shop in Rua Nova da Trindade, where today is a decoration business. She essentially dedicated herself to the sale of Chinese porcelain, since her genre of objects was highly appreciated in the collector's market and consequently represented as a safe investment. Anastácio Gonçalves purchased 9 pieces from her, including the bottle, an example from the Wanli period of the Ming Dynasty, and I quote, because he wrote this on the record he made, with only 2 other similar vases being known, one at the Museu Guimet in Paris, and another, which is incomplete, at the Museum for Kunsthandwerk in Frankfurt. Madame Marques Pereira, as she was generally referred to in Lisbon society, sold him a piece of the central core of this collection. It was the dishes of the so-called crack porcelain from the Wanli period of the Ming dynasty. And this is one of the important pieces of the Anastácio Gonçalves collection. Although there are no lists or records for these porcelains entering the national territory, we can presume that a great number of these objects were brought during the World War II. Once their other Portuguese collectors began also their acquisitions in this period. And now I'm going to another complete different subject. After the meeting of Calouste Gulbenkian. The collection of Anastácio Gonçalves also includes a small group of Iranian ceramics and blue and white decoration, metallic reflection, and the Kubacha type, as well as Turkish Iznik ceramics acquired between 1946 and 1965. The reason why he became interested in this type of object is difficult to ascertain. It is extensive personal library where are no books about Islamic ceramics. The mediocre quality of the ceramic is surprising, especially when compared with the excellent examples of Chinese porcelain, which, as I mentioned, entered the collection during somehow the period between 1942 and 1965. The inferior quality of the Turkish and Persian ceramics can perhaps be explained by the scarcity of this type of object on the Portuguese and maybe European art market during the 40s and 50s at accessible prices for collectors, since, as the antiquary João Cais has noted, American collectors and institutions had a purchasing power significantly superior to that Europeans. We know that Anastácio Gonçalves met Calouste Gulbenkian at the 40s due to a letter dated from 1944 related to the payment of a medical appointment. And we can see this is a small fortune for the time, 750 escudos for the appointment in domestic domiciliary appointment, medical appointment. It's a small fortune in the time. And we have this letter signed by Gulbenkian and carte visite that accompanied the letter. At the time, the Armenian businessman and collector lived next door at the Hotel Aviz. It's really next door, the House Museum and the old Hotel Aviz. After viewing the doctor's collection, given great value in special to a supposed Hobbema's landscape painting, Gulbenkian returned the gesture, and Dr. Anastácio Gonçalves visited his collection, but Gulbenkian was not there. And this is oral. There are no evidence of that this happened. The people that were friends from Anastácio Gonçalves relate this. And Anastácio Gonçalves visited the collection of Calouste Gulbenkian at his residence on Avenue d'Iéna in Paris. Another collector, friend of Anastácio Gonçalves, Amaral Cabral, indicates that this was in the same year when they met, but this is impossible. It's unlikely that Anastácio Gonçalves would go to Paris, recently liberated by the Allies, to see the collection. A medical prescription for spectacles that is here on the Foundation archives, dated from 25 November 1952, proves that they continue with doctor-patient relationship. Assuming that the visit must have taken place before 1955, the year of Gulbenkian's death, and by examining Dr. Anastácio Gonçalves' passports, it seems that this visit in Paris could occur in 1949. This might be especially interesting, taking into account the coincidence that one of his acquisitions may well have belonged to Kavore Sayan. This is part of the collection that he began after meeting Calouste Gulbenkian. And the one of the bottom, that Iznik dish, is recorded and registered with the Era do SIN. It was from SIN. It was like this. Gulbenkian's son-in-law. As for the group of Iranian ceramics in blue and white and with metallic sheen, the collector is thought to have been in these typologies an extension of his interest in Chinese blue and white porcelain, which, as we have already said, he collected after 1942. Like this one, we have an Islamic pot on the vase on the left, and the Chinese white and blue that he collects since 1942, and the glazed blue decorated in gold that he acquired starting 1947. We have on the left the Islamic pieces, and on the right the Chinese porcelain. For this lecture, it was considered the temporal limit of 1955, year of Calouste Gulbenkian's death. António Anastácio Gonçalves lived 10 years more and continued the ceramics acquisitions from Middle East countries and China until the end of these days. Thank you.
Thank you for your fascinating papers, truly enjoyable panel. I can't resist, but of course, to start with Inês, being the curator of Islamic art here at the Gulbenkian. I did want to just ask a question. I think it's a fascinating conclusion about weapons versus carpets amongst the private collectors. The only thing is, when I looked at your list, there's one collector there, which I didn't manage to get their name down, that I remember is very keen on weapons. So I'm wondering, have you looked? Yeah, I wonder if you've looked to see whether or not your quantities are skewed because you have one particular or two particular collectors that are, or whether or not this is overall through all of those collectors.
That's definitely a possibility. I didn't look in detail at the typological composition of these Islamic art collections by collector. Among these, one keen Islamic art collector of weapons is Arthur Val-Picard, and he had, I think, 15. So in the overall amount, it is not, it won't skew dramatically, but it explains why the weapons might end up in the second place rather than the third place, or a little bit lower. But yes, those are the next steps that this kind of database requires, is this time to then focus on specific collections and extract patterns and trends, and at the same time find out what were the exceptions that influenced the outcome.
I can see so many hands up. I have myself 5 questions here, so I'm going to have to hold my own questions for another time. Let's have the first question from Moya. We're also going to be on Islamic art
I'm
here.
sure you can guess this is an Islamic art question. But before I do my little question, can I make a point about carpets and weapons, which is when you can rate it by quantity, but you need to look at how people display weapons and carpets within a room, which is that typically carpets are enormous and you can only fit one into your room, but weapons are classic, or wall mounted if they're important enough, but weapons are classically multiples in display. So you can have a panoply of spears and swords, and actually that's a very typical, almost cliched way to collect weapons, which is to display them en masse in your rooms. And we see this in Albert Goupil and dozens and dozens of other European collections. It's a highly Orientalist position to trophy weapons in mass, of course, and carpets, of course, have their own scale to bear with. So even if it looks like somebody had more weapons than carpets, that actually is the reality of how they were displayed and collected rather than how they were rated. So I would say it's probably quite an even hand between both categories of art. My other actual question
it's also an issue of use. It's difficult to distinguish without going deeper into each collection. How were the carpets used? Were they used as display, or were they being walked on?
Well, both of those are displays.
But the weapons are clearly a collector's item.
Well, an object on display is being used, of course, and a carpet on the floor is also on display. And we do
used for its original function.
Yeah, but everything is into a new function now in terms of display and self-promotion, I suppose, as collectors' pieces. But smaller carpets from the 16th century would be on the wall, very typically from the 1880s onwards, and the massive ones are on the floor, but they're no less valuable. It's a strange position. But what I wanted to ask you about was your categories of when and whether things were identified as being from Iran, and whether that weighted the decisions to sell them off or to send them to Berlin, for example, because of this race theory of the 1930s, where Iran as the Aryan nation par excellence was something that Nazis bought into quite, to understate the situation.
That is a great question, and the surprising element for me has been how little the word Iran appeared. We're talking, there's all variations of the word Persia.
Well, yes.
But there's no identification of a country. There are other countries are identified. Syria, I'm sorry, I'm talking of memory. Syria, and there's another country, Egypt, of course. No, there's another one, never mind. Turkey, sorry. But supposedly Iranian items, and there really needs to be now a study of how accurate the descriptions are of the items, and the only way you can do this is actually for objects that were photographed. The looters were not, the people who were sent to people's homes were not necessarily Islamic art specialists, and for the Mobile Action, they were not specialists in art. So the descriptions can be completely off base, which is why I didn't want to go into the geographical classifications. I want to stick.
When Goering and so on were inspecting them in the Jeu de Paume, were they picking out Persian carpets? Whether they called it Persia or Iran in the 1930s is, of course...
All of these items were shipped towards Germany. The majority of the items were actually shipped to storage. I don't have statistics on that. I didn't spend time doing that sort of triage. But the majority of the items were sent to the salt mines, first to Neuschwanstein and then to the Alt-Aussee salt mines. Those were the ERR items. The Mobile Action items were sent, those who were still retained, were sent to Nikolsburg. I think now it's called Mikulov, and it's in the Czech Republic. There is an issue with those items because the castle burned down during bombing, and there was a presumption that all the items that had not at that stage being restituted or being sent elsewhere had been destroyed. But then items that were presumably destroyed actually turned up in restitution lists, in repatriation lists to countries, to belligerent countries. So it's still an unknown. Which is why I put that slide at the first beginning so people could understand where the objects were going, but it's a bit complex.
Thank you.
We have a question here from the front row here.
This is a quick one for Inès. Did Rose Valland in her Répertoire des biens spoliés record the Islamic works, and has that been of any value to you?
Are you referring to the 1946 big, thick publication?
It's 8 volumes.
Yes, they're there.
I mean, she even recorded silverware. And
they're there. It's just never been analyzed as a category. So, as far as I'm aware, this is the first sort of attempt at a quantification, which is why it can be off base until there's actually a team of people looking into it and agreeing that a difficult description counts or doesn't count. Right now, if it's just me, it's going to be subjective.
But they did all go to the Jeu de Paume, so she would have seen.
So everything that was looted under the ERR was sent to the Jeu de Paume.
So she would have
Mobile Action, I haven't found anything from Levitan or Austerlitz in terms of Islamic art, but I've only found items that went through Bassano. And they were a selection of what was at Bassano. They were not the entirety of the items that went to Bassano.
I can send it back and I'll bring it back in a minute, okay? To Jonathan.
Sorry, another one. Inès, I suspect you're going to get a lot of questions. But first, just one quick point for Anna about Elfriede Marx Pereira. Interesting, she meets Gulbenkian at the Avish because she gets close to Henri de Rothschild, who's another exile here during World War II, and kind of feels that she has, that he has established a relationship with her and that she is his exclusive agent for art deals. And so she introduces him to Gulbenkian when Gulbenkian wants to buy stuff from Henri de Rothschild. Unfortunately, the two, I suspect probably because she was a woman, shut her out and just deal directly with one another. So she bravely goes to confront Gulbenkian in the Avish and says, I suppose trying to get maybe her commission from the other side, that she's not going to realize she's not going to get it from Henri de Rothschild. And unfortunately, Gulbenkian throws her out. But still, I just thought that was interesting about how agents can, this is a risk they often run, of being shut out from one side and then often running about who's paying the commission on these sort of things. And then just a quick question for Inès about why did the ERR, who were obviously very efficient, I mean, one of the great things about the restitution is that thanks to keeping good records, you can do a lot. But if they knew so much about well-known collections, why do they show up at 51 when you think they would have known, well, Gulbenkian, it's not a Jewish name. I mean, supposedly there's a tip-off that he's actually Jewish, but you know, they would have known he wasn't Jewish.
The ERR showed up at Gulbenkian's house to loot the collection with a list. I think they were just trying. If he's not Jewish, there's not a reason to loot him unless he's declared an enemy. And so if he wasn't declared an enemy, at that stage was he already in Lisbon? I'm speculating here. He was still in Vichy. So there is no reason why they would have turned out at Gulbenkian. Did they know they were at Gulbenkian's? Could they think they were someone else who lived there beforehand?
Gulbenkian would not exactly have his name on the door. That's not his
No,
style.
I'm just asking because I don't have access to that documentation, so I don't know what the rationale behind it is.
Apparently someone in the neighborhood tipped off that this was some
Well, yesterday you were saying that Rodolphe Kahn occupied the house beforehand, and so maybe there might have been a mixed identity, and so the idea that they had access to documentation that said he has done it before. I'm really not familiar with how the ERR interacted with Gulbenkian. Although most international researchers, when they hear that I'm based in Portugal, all they want to know about is what I know about Gulbenkian.
What great papers. I suppose my question is directed most at Francesco and you, Jessica. Manuscripts versus in the Islamic world, the Islamic field, and Byzantine versus other object types, ceramics, icons, enamels. How is that market structured? In Egyptian material, at least, manuscript papyri are a very minor part of the field, and there's a teeny tiny market, mainly of academics. I was just wondering if this division between things on paper or vellum that are written versus ceramics or sculpture is one that's similar in your field, both for dealers and purchasers.
Well, from my side, I can answer for the Paris situation, and I can say that yes, there was a different market for. I think that there were mainly two reasons. The first one is that manuscripts are probably less valuable for collectors in a certain sense, and I can tell you the example of the Blisses. In Dumbarton Oaks, they start collecting, especially Mildred Blisses, because Robert was more interested in pre-Columbian art. So basically, Mildred was the one who pushed him to start collecting Byzantine art, and they start buying Byzantine manuscript later, when they decide to build Dumbarton Oaks and to build a museum with a Byzantine collection. That's where they basically change their mind and they start building a collection for public purposes and let's say for the benefit of the American nation. And that's why basically, yeah, the market was different. Yeah.
Just quickly, Tom, to say that, I mean, in Gulbenkian's case, he purchases very few manuscripts until suddenly in the 1920s, and then he goes wild and he purchases 150 of them over 5 years. So that's his particular case. In terms of the field, we see a general shift, I believe, and there are other people here who can add to that. To what I'm saying, which is moving beyond, I mean, sort of small group of scholars to wider appreciation, but generally focused obviously on the illustrated manuscript, and only much later an interest in manuscripts that don't have miniatures in them. And of course, the breakup of many manuscripts as a result of the growing importance and appreciation of those paintings, and terrible things like Demott peeling pages apart to sell both sides of them, which we also have in this collection. We have examples of his work, his terrible work, handiwork. Exactly. Yes, I have a question here.
Well, I have one quick question. What was the connection of Demott in Portugal? Because I've seen his name on things in the Museu de Arte Antigua. And he was a relation of the stores, and I know that he has a horrible reputation. But I just wondered, did he sell quite a lot to Gulbenkian? Or?
He sold, in terms of Islamic art, he sells, during World War I, he sells 5 pieces, 4 folios and a Iznik jar, all of which have been tampered with. I mean, it's the only Iznik that's cut off is from him, and the only folios in the collection which have been peeled off are from him as well. I know that his relationship with Demott goes back earlier than that, because I found letters where he's buying books, just normal, I mean, trade books from Demott. But I don't know if he encouraged Demott to come to Portugal. I have no information about that whatsoever.
And I have one thing for Ines.
I didn't know about Demott and Art Antique, actually. So.
Yeah, I had one thing for Ines. Years ago, when I was doing work on Harold Parsons, I interviewed the daughter of Adolf Lowy, the dealer in textiles, and period rooms, and wonderful things. And she told me this bone-chilling story. I mean, she had incredible recall. She said, "Oh well, there was this Count Wilczek, who was a German ambassador to France before World War II, who was sort of like Ribbentrop in London, I think, became a darling of Paris society. But what he did on the sly was he wrote lists of all the collections, Rothschilds, I don't know, maybe Gulbenkians. It's just incredible." I don't know how much.
When the looting, the plundering of privately owned property started immediately after the fall of France, this means that people were prepared. They knew what they wanted, and they knew where things were. And the Seligmans were looted in August and they were looted by the German embassy. And then the items were taken to the Louvre for safekeeping, and then to the Jeu de Paume once the ERR set up. But so what we're talking about an operation that was already prepared. Of course, there was already some experience because the looting had started already in Eastern Europe, and it was done a little bit differently, not as methodical, which also explains sometimes our restitution cases are so skewed towards Western European countries, but they were prepared. This wasn't an idea that appeared after arriving. And so that episode of visiting homes, checking what's there, writing it down, and having it prepared, yes, that's...
This fellow Wilczek, was he going to cocktail parties and then said, "Oh,
yes,
lovely.
How beautiful. Let me see. Yes. Yeah, it's very, I mean, there is in the Portuguese collections, there are often, in the Portuguese national collections, there is often correspondence with the man that anyone who studies the intelligence activity during the Second World War in Portugal recognizes, a man called Strassen, who then wrote in 1944 a book about 800 years of relationship between Portugal and Germany, or what was Germany 500 years ago. But, and this man shows up at all of these museums asking about German arts that you may have, and during the war. He's here. He supposedly works for German railways and tourism promotion, but he is an intelligence, I think, is an intelligence gatherer. And my interpretation, of course, is that he's gathering information for the future if Portugal becomes, enters the war and is taken over, what items should be shipped, what items are here that are of interest for our national collections. And so yes, to say this was going on. Yes.
I wanted to ask Anna, you mentioned about the Jewish merchants in Lisbon, the Jewish dealers selling porcelain, and do you have any idea about exactly how that's coming into the country?
No, there are no records about it. Some, a little bit, but not much. And there are no records about the ceramics that Anastácio Gonçalves bought. I presume that it's during that time when many people come through Lisbon to go to America or other countries, and maybe they came with small objects with them to sell. And because in the same time, other Portuguese collectors began their porcelain collections in the 42, 43, 44. So it's the time when the art market it's swamped with Chinese porcelain and other ceramics.
Ines, you wanted to, yeah, quickly.
Actually, I'll qualify that by saying that during the war, the records of the import of non-contemporary and modern art, of import requests into Portugal, are extremely low. So any items that entered Portugal, and those records do not mention a high quantity of porcelain. So if there is, if this porcelain comes into the country during the period, it really comes so undeclared. Because the law allowed importers of antiques to ask for a tax exemption. And so there was all the encouragement to declare those imports. And certainly certain collectors like Ricardo Espírito Santo avail themselves from that legislation. And so far, the conclusion that Portugal was a sort of a hub during the Second World War is not borne out by documental evidence. What is borne out is that in 1946, the requests explode, and porcelain is the main type of object coming into the country through those import requests.
We've got a question at the very back of the room. I'm going to try and move the microphone down to the back. So those of you that have had your hands up, try again now so that I can pick you up.
It's just a quick appointment.
Perfect.
There is a check that goes to Madeira Island in the middle of the Atlantic, called Hans Vansler. And the method that he used to negotiate is the Jews that are running from Europe the boat stops in Madeira. They leave the boat, go to the Vansler shop, sell the goods, then go back to the ship with the money, and they usually go to South America or America. And then the Americans came to Madeira. They already know the Hans Vansler was known in America, and they bought things and took to America. So there were no records, but the Madeira at the end was a hub for the circulation of art objects. Just that. Thank you.
I'm just going to qualify that a little bit, because there are no actually scientific studies based on documentation yet on Madeira and the Azores regarding this sort of circulation of goods. So we don't know how representative that is of the items that went through Madeira at the time. The second issue pertains to refugees. There are no studies that differentiate between Jewish refugees and refugees. So it's very important when we are talking about this trade in Portugal that we refer to foreigners, either as they were not Portuguese or they were refugees, but unless we know for certain their identity, we cannot presume that they were Jewish refugees.
Can I have another question from the back? Oh. Okay, we have a green. We'll come up to the front then.
Yes,
this will be the last question then, so we can go to lunch.
I think if we at the back you need to speak louder, okay. One question for Ines. In the shops about the types of weapons and tapestries and all that, do they have any information about the origin of these pieces?
Do you mean which collections they were looted from?
No.
Oh, where they were made. Yes, that's what I was saying earlier. I do have that information. I just didn't treat it statistically, which is why I didn't present it. And we go back to the issue of the lack of knowledge of the people who looted. So we have to make sure that the items really were what they were being described as. But mostly were from India.
It was the shop of Kamenetsky, the Elisa Kamenetsky.
We're going to take one more question from our director.
No, I was just thinking across the three papers there was this interesting relationship about whether we're talking about displaced people or displaced objects. And of course sometimes one causes the other. But I think that Francisco, all the dealers you were talking about were in exile from another country in Paris. Is that right?
Yeah, we have we have little evidence of this, basically. We know, for example, that the icons that Polozov sold to Henry Walters in 1931 were taken were in Novgorod until basically the Bolshevik Revolution and arrives in Paris in 1920s. But we don't know actually if they came with Polozov or with other Russian immigrants. Other objects were in the market were collected by older collectors in the 19th century. We know for sure that some of these objects were placed in the former Byzantine Empire, so in in Turkey and northern Africa, and so basically that's why the Celebram brothers opened their branch in Cairo, but basically all these galleries have their own agents in Cairo, in Istanbul, and in Alger, and in other places, just to keep an eye on the market there.
I think with Anna, you're essentially talking about how displaced people bring displaced objects into a country that previously hadn't had access to them. Is that correct?
Yes, I think so. Although there are no records about those objects, but due to the amount of purchasing after the coming of those people through Lisbon, through Portugal, but mainly through Lisbon, I think they came with objects to sell in order to make money to go to the other country.
And I'm going to do one more thing, sorry, but just to be clear with Inez, you're looking at Jewish families and at Islamic collections, but those Jewish families are also losing lots of other kinds of material.
Yes, absolutely.
So the target is the Jewish family, not the Islamic material.
No, that was one of my final conclusions, is that it doesn't seem, although we're talking about numbers, but what the numbers indicate was that the Islamic art collections were a very small percentage, most of the cases under 2% of the total items taken from the high-end collections. So to sort of make it a bit more clear, in the Mobile Action, you would go into an apartment and you would empty it out. That's the kitchen, wooden spoons, everything. And if you look at the pictures of Le Vuitton, you will see exactly the items arranged by type, and it's surprising the typologies they were able to come up with. In the high-end collections, there would be pre-existing lists of what was going to be targeted, and the items that were taken did not involve the kitchen sink. So in those collections, of course, we have a greater sense of the relative importance of Islamic art, and it is small.
For the panel 6, the last one, I welcome you. This last panel is about patterns of collecting, analyzing the language of description, and we'll have 3 papers about investigation in these fields of collecting. The first paper will be presented by Sara Ferrari, and she will speak about new perspectives on bibliographical repertories as a tool for research into the history of collecting, and she will talk particularly one case, the case of Elizabeth Gardner's bibliographical repertory of Italian private collections. Sara Ferrari obtained her PhD at University of Padua in 2014 with a thesis dedicated to the analysis of the Venetian cultural context in the years of Giorgione. She has been published several texts about 20th century painting, Italian paintings, and more recently she has been contributing to the 5th and final volume of Elizabeth Gardner's bibliographic repertory, which she's going to co-author with Chiara Ceschi in collaboration with the Fondazione Giorgio Cini in Venice. Thank you. Welcome, Sara.
Thank you very much. It's a long title, I know, and I will have to repeat it many times. So, good afternoon. I would like to thank you, the organizers, for their wonderful hospitality, and my chair, Anna Barata, and also the other speakers for the profitable exchange of ideas and knowledge. I very much enjoyed listening to all the papers, and I am very honored to have the opportunity to speak here today. So the first volume of Elizabeth Gardner's bibliographical repertory of Italian private collections was published in Venice in 1998, 13 years after her death. Nevertheless, a brief note signed by the author was included in the first pages in order to give the reader a chance to understand the original intention and purpose of the book. From the first lines of this text, we learn that Gardner considered her repertory as a basis for continuing research in the field, rather than a definitive work in and of itself. Far from being the result of an excess of modesty, these words seem to me as a true expression of Gardner's primary scope: to establish a scientific and authoritative model for the identification and classification of Italian private collections. In this sense, she should be considered as one of the pioneering scholars in the study of provenance. In light of such an outstanding contribution, it seems useful to investigate the origins and developments of Gardner's research from a critical and historical perspective. What kind of questions prompted her meticulous gathering of information regarding owners and sales? How does her lifelong experience in this field reflect the evolution of the concept of provenance throughout the first half of the 20th century? For this purpose, I will analyze the structure of her bibliographical repertory, including the entries of the 5th volume, which is about to be published. And as Anna Barata said, I had the opportunity to contribute to this volume together with Chiara Ceschi, who is here today, and has worked on this since 1998 alongside with Catherine Badger, who helped with the edition of the first volumes as she was Gardner's assistant and friend. I would also like to take this opportunity to announce that the volume is going to be presented on the 5th of March within a study day dedicated to Elizabeth Gardner, organized by the Istituto di Storia dell'Arte at Fondazione Giorgio Cini in Venice. Returning to the contents of this paper, I will not limit my analysis to published contributions, but I will also consider unpublished material. First of all, the manuscript notes and entries which Gardner began accumulating while working as a curator at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and which, after her death, accordingly to her wishes, were donated to Fondazione Cini, where Gardner used to spend long sojourns since she had also bought a beautiful house in Venice. Furthermore, I will also refer to her correspondence with the Italian connoisseur Federico Zeri, with whom she established a long friendship. This documentation was briefly analyzed by Keith Christensen during the 2013 Paris Symposium dedicated to Zeri, and thanks to the joint permission of the Metropolitan Museum and of Dottoressa Elisabetta Sambo, I was able to access the copies of these letters that are now held in the archives of the Fondazione Zeri in Bologna. Furthermore, I hope to be able to introduce during my speech a few considerations on a difficult matter, which appears particularly relevant at the present time: the conversion of a repertory of this kind to the modern digital age, a subject on which I would welcome an open discussion later on, if there is time to do so. Elizabeth Garner joined the Metropolitan Museum of Art in 1941, first as a member of the library staff and then as a junior research fellow within the curatorial department. Just a few years later, in 1944, she published a brief note in the November issue of the Museum Bulletin, commenting on the exquisite portrait which was reproduced on the cover. Apart from the mysterious identification of the sitter, Garner briefly discussed the attribution of the painting, which had been given to Piero della Francesca and Francesco del Costa before Berenson suggested the name of the Ferrarese artist Cosme-Tura. Though still debated, Garner considered this attribution to be the most satisfying one. Interestingly, she further argued this proposal by suggesting that the painting could come from the Costabili collection in Ferrara, since it was very tempting to identify it with the Ritratto di nobile giovinetto, portrait of a young man, mentioned by Laderchi as a work of Cosme-Tura in his description of the Costabili gallery from 1838. As far as I know, Garner was the first to connect the painting with the Costabili collection, although she might have relied on a previous suggestion by Roberto Longhi, since in the 1986 catalogue entry of the picture, she gives notice of his unpublished opinion on this matter. Nevertheless, I consider this episode particularly relevant in order to discuss the origins of Garner's interest in Italian collections. Among her manuscript notes, there is a considerable amount of material classified under the name Costabili, as this collection was probably one of her major and earliest interests. The content of this box gives us the opportunity to appreciate Garner's pragmatic approach, beginning with a card file where she used to write down the references regarding the owner and to list the paintings that could be traced back to the same collection. Here is a closer view of the card files. Here I'm showing the pages of the first volume, which published the final version of the Costabili entry. I take this opportunity to say that Garner's repertory have been recently made available online through the Getty Research Portal, and you can download a PDF of each volume. As you can see, the organization of the entries is based on Garner's alphabetical structure, which privileges the name of the person who first put together the collection, in this case, the Marchese Giovanni Battista Costabili. The entry provides a brief biographical profile and also clarifies the circumstances under which Costabili started his collection, as well as the events that led to its dispersal. All the names of the people involved are clearly highlighted. The yellow color is mine. Dealers, such as Ubaldo Sgherdi, friends or advisors, such as Laderchi, and Giovanni Morelli, buyers like Layard, Eastlake, and others. The entry also includes all possible references to sales that occurred in Italy or abroad. I highlighted these in orange. An updated bibliography and a citation which was considered by Garner as particularly relevant. In this case, a passage from the travel diaries of Otto Mundler, which were unpublished at Garner's time, but often these sections also include quotes from Eastlake diaries and other manuscript or printed sources which specifically refer to the collection. The second part of the entry consists of a list of paintings, as in Garner files, which in this case is particularly detailed. So these are the paintings, and it continues also on the following pages. Contemporary scholars may think that most of this information is now of little use, as in the 1990s the Costabili collection was the object of several publications, which further clarified its origins and developments. On some level, it might be possible to trace back the origins of this repertory to an old-fashioned culture marked by encyclopedic historicism. It has been suggested that although dedicated to a much smaller geographical area, Theodor von Frimmel's lexicon is probably the work that most resembles the repertory, and this seems to be confirmed by the photocopies and notes that I have found in Garner's archive. And yet, Garner's repertory is the only research tool which provides the scholar with a complete chronological and geographical overview of the history of Italian private collections, combining both primary and secondary sources. This is because Garner meticulously indexed all the names that she could find in exhibition catalogues, sales catalogues, and auctions, particularly from the second half of the 19th century. She made particularly good use of the Frick Art Library, but she also accessed the files at the National Gallery in London, the Hertziana in Rome, and she particularly enjoyed exploring archives. I would like to point out that among other unpublished sources that she studied are the papers of Giovanni Battista Cavalcaselle, held at the Biblioteca Marciana in Venice, and the business archive of a Devine firm, which she could access as early as 1964. There is a letter, in fact, from this year, in which she says, quote, "I have had a profitable 2 sessions with old Edward Fowles at Devine's. He brought his secret books from home, and we went over them page by page. Fascinating, big exclamation mark." So if we go back for a moment to the Costabile collection and think of the structure of the entry, we could compare it, for example, with the other entry in Volume 3 about Layard with the relative information. And now that the 5th volume is published, we could also look at the Scarbi entries for Ferrara and gain information about Ubaldo's activity as a dealer and agent. We learned that he sold to Alexander Barker a number of Ferrarese pictures in the late 1850s, at least 5 of which were from the Costabile collection. Furthermore, we learned that he had a collection of his own, which included works by Garofalo, Ortolano, Dossodossi, Camillo Filippi, and Cosmetura, and was inherited by his grandson Francesco. The latter, here, also has an entry. It is very short, but it provides information on the inventory which was drawn up in 1886, and clarifies that the collection passed to Francesco's son-in-law, Luigi Fiorentini. So we immediately learn about all the people involved. It should be noted that Gardner was particularly amused by the vicissitudes of Italian families, which can be very dramatic, and often seems keen on pointing out exactly which member of the family had the responsibility for the dispersal of the collection. In this sense, it seems noteworthy that her language often slips into the analogy with pedigree, a term that is used more than once in her correspondence with Zeri. In fact, I believe there is much more to be discovered underneath the surface. If we look back at her first years in the Metropolitan Museum, particularly around 1948, when she first started corresponding with Zeri, it seems interesting to note that she was actually working on a monographic book on Cosmetura. On 10 February 1950, she wrote that she was planning a trip to Rome together with her husband, Albert Tenay Gardner, curator of paintings and sculpture in the American department at the Metropolitan. She specifies that the main purpose of this trip was to see the free turas in the Colonna collection. It was on this occasion that she actually had the opportunity to meet Zeri in person, who even helped her to obtain permission to access the room of Isabella Colonna's private apartments, which at that time were not open to the public. In a letter dated 5 November 1950, Gardner seems eager to find out about the outcome of a recent trip to England undertaken by Zeri for research purposes. Quote, "Did you have an interesting trip to England last June, and did you find my 2 turas from the Roverella altarpiece? I think I'll have a look for them myself, if you haven't found them by summer of 1953. I'm showing here the well-known reconstruction of the Roverella altarpiece proposed by Longhi, and I guess Gardner was referring to the missing saints on the left, of which only a fragment with the head of St. George has appeared. It is now in San Diego. Zeri's response appears equally engaged and rather colorful. Quanto ai 2 pannelli del Tura Roverella, 2 santi, li vado cercando da anni e ho qualche idea in proposito, anzi qualche certezza. So he seems to know where they are. Ma mi manca l'ultimo passo della ricerca che si svolge in un ambiente assai difficile. Quello che è certo è che se li trovo, mi vendo la camicia per prenderli e portarmeli a casa. Lei sa dirmi dove è finito il tour a Rosebery? With her usual diligence, just a month later, Gardner replied, "The Rosebery Tour at St. George belongs to a private collection in New York, Siegfried Kormowski. I had the great pleasure of having it on my desk for several weeks, while the museum considered its possible purchase." The Tura painting was not purchased by the Metropolitan Museum for reasons that are unknown to me. It is interesting to note, however, that the St. George was acquired just 3 years later, in 1954, by Conte Vittorio Cini. Thus, I suspect that Zeri's interest in this painting, as expressed in this letter, might be considered with regard to his role as advisor for Contecini, which started precisely around this time. I wonder if Zeri relied on information provided by Garner also on other occasions, and if this episode eventually had some kind of role in determining Garner's personal acquaintance with the Fondazione that was born after the bequest of the Cini collection. Nevertheless, I would say that Garner's interest in Tura instantly created a special connection with Zeri, since at the time he was also working on one of the Italian primitives, who despite not having Ferrarese origins, can still be considered close to Cosmetura in many ways. I am referring to Carlo Crivelli, to whom Zeri dedicated an article in the Burlington magazine in July 1950, in which he presented his discovery of a lunette in a private collection that he recognized as part of the altarpiece from the church of Porto San Giorgio in Fermo. Zeri was also planning to write a book on Crivelli, which never appeared, just like Garner's monograph on Tura. We might suppose that the publication of the 1958 monograph by Eberhard Rummer somehow put an end to Garner's project, but it looks like she continued pursuing this research even later, judging from a letter of 26 September 1961, in which she claims, quote, "I spent a marvelous weekend in Ajaccio, not entirely in the Musée Fesch. If the Tura had not been so damn big, and on a panel, there would have been another unsold art theft. When I went there, I was the only visitor, and the guard didn't appear for 15 minutes. I think he was in the storeroom applying restoratives." At this point, Zeri had already signed the contract for the museum's catalogues of Italian paintings, and had started working on the entries with the help of Garner. A particularly revealing letter with regard to their modus operandi is the one dated 26 February 1964. Gardner refers to an important discovery regarding one of the panels of the so-called Demidov altarpiece by Carlo Crivelli, which had been acquired by the Metropolitan Museum in 1913. "Dear Federico, you will remember that Melchiorri, writing about our Crivelli Pietà in 1836, stated that it came from the Barberini collection. I do not believe we were ever able to confirm this part of the provenance, but now I think I can. I am ashamed to think of how many times I have studied that painting, carried it about the galleries, etc., and only on Sunday morning did I look at the frame really carefully. There are 4 beautiful bees carved at each corner, surely Barberini bees. Surely no one else would dare to incorporate 4 Barberini bees in a frame." In the following letter, Zeri congratulated her with the discovery of the Barberini bees. They tried to undertake further research in the archives to find a reference in the inventories, but had no success, so the provenance still now refers to the Barberini collection, based on the hint provided by the frame. This reminds me of something I read about Garner in her last days, contemplating how much art historical scholarship and research are based on serendipity, despite a life spent working in libraries and archives. So what does this tell us about Garner's idea of provenance and her language of description? While keeping open the possibility that her interest for Cosmetura and Ferrara was based on generally personal aesthetic inclinations, as much as Zeri's for Carlo Crivelli, I would like to consider these facts from a wider perspective. The rediscovery of Ferrarese art was a fairly recent phenomenon. In European fin de siècle culture, Ferrarese artists such as Crivelli and Tura became much desirable for American collectors like Isabella Stewart Gardner, Henry Walters, and John Johnson. And after World War I, when the prices for old masters had risen significantly, business tycoons like Jules Batch, Samuel H. Kress, and Walter Chrysler Jr. amassed fabulous assemblages of old masters. I'm showing, for example, another beautiful work by Cosmetura, who was acquired it was sold in 1927 by the Devine brothers to Jules Batch, and is now at Metropolitan and could come from the Roverella altarpiece as well. Even Calouste Gulbenkian possibly took part in this trend, as in 1924 he acquired from a Parisian dealer a beautifully illuminated Book of Hours, which had been originally realized for Alfonso I d'Este, the Duke of Ferrara. As Stephen Campbell noted, the early 20th century marked a particularly crucial phase in Cosmetura's critical fortunes. Berenson was fascinated by his intense rendering of tactile values and considered him not only as the founder of the Ferrarese school of painting, but also as the Emilian origin of artists as diverse as Correggio and Raphael. Furthermore, Longhi's interpretation, as expressed in his famous study Officina Ferrarese of 1934, was clearly modeled on the values expressed by the era of high modernism, in presenting Tura as a 15th century forerunner of Mannerists, or even Expressionists and Surrealists. However, the historical interest in Tura did not begin until the 18th century, by which time his works had been largely destroyed or disassembled. Ironically, the worldwide dispersal of Tura's work in the 19th century coincided with pioneering campaigns of archival scholarship, which sought to reconstruct his career and personality. I believe that this was the aspect that fascinated Garner so much. In a way, the challenge that she was willing to take. In this sense, I wonder if her ironic jokes with Zeri about adventurous worldwide investigations to identify fragments of dispersed altarpieces and politics were only based on scholarly eagerness to publish new discoveries, or perhaps also reflected a very present preoccupation for the safeguard of cultural heritage, and highlighted the importance of museums in protecting works of art and in making them available to the public. I'm thinking in particular of Garner's first important role in the Metropolitan Museum, when she was involved in the return and reinstallation of the museum pictures from White Marsh Hall, where they were recovered during World War II. Her contribution in this particular moment is recalled by Philippe de Montebello. I also consider as particularly revealing the fact that in her introductory note to the first volume, she specifically dedicated her work to the memory of those who first fostered her interest in the history of collecting, mentioning the names of Martin Davis from the National Gallery of London, Albert Tenney Gardner, her husband, and Francis Henry Taylor, museum director and one of the early proponents for the establishment of a committee on the protection of cultural treasures in Europe. If so, Garner's attempt to offer an authoritative and scientific research tool to keep track of the complicated whereabouts of Italian collections could be perceived, I believe, in a much more contemporary light, thanks to the opportunity it provides to quickly verify the relevance and reliability of a name associated with the ownership of a work of art. As a final note, I would like to say that one of the tasks that I undertook while working on the 5th volume of the repertory was to look for cross-references with the inventories and names included in the Getty Provenance Index, to prove that the information put together by Garner still has a lot of potential. I believe this is the case, and I hope that we will be able to understand how to transform what seems an old-fashioned encyclopedic repertoire into a modern research tool which could help us not only to make new discoveries, but hopefully to ask new questions on the purpose of this kind of research. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, for the interesting paper about a lady that began by being a librarian like me, so I'm glad. Now we'll have Rosario Salimbert Carvalho, she's a researcher at Artis, History of Art Institute of School of Humanities of the University of Lisbon. She has been coordinator of the group AZ, the investigation network of the tile, and she is a PhD in history of art, and recently she has been involved in digital humanities. And she will talk about a project that is being developed in Artis, the Orion project, that is about art collections and collectors in Portugal. Welcome, Sarah.
Thank you, Anna. I would like to start by thanking the organization for accepting our proposal on art collection and collectors in Portugal. I will talk about a digital art history research-oriented project entitled Orion, Art Collections and Collectors in Portugal, on behalf of my co-authors, Professors Maria João Neto, Clara Moura Soares and Vera Maris. Centered on a relational database, Orion intends to promote the research and study on art collections and market agents, whether Portuguese or foreign, living in Portugal. In a general overview, the project aims to retrace the work's history and to document its provenance and ownership through the analysis of inventory, testaments, ocean catalogs, and other sources, to determine the circumstances which led to their acquisition, to document the different artistic tastes and trends, to identify market agents, experts, dealers, and auction houses, and to study the history of the works from their conception to the present day, retracing the owners and even the changes undergone during technical interventions. I prepared this presentation early in January, and I organized it in a traditional and chronologic structure, starting by the objectives, the methodologies, and finishing with a case study and future developments. However, some days ago, when I was testing and training the articulation between my talk and the images, I realized that it's not working. And I have a boring presentation, and you need more than 20 minutes to really understand the importance of Orion and the breakthroughs it promotes. So I decided to do it the other way around and start by the end. The first collector and collection study in the project was the Francis Cook collection. We heard about him and his relation with Gulbenkian yesterday, but just to remember, Francis Cook was a highly successful English textile industrialist who became one of the most prominent art collectors in the 19th century. The international dimension of his collection, as well as the fact that it includes pieces from different periods, types, and provenances, already collected in this catalog, made him an important case study to test the methodologies of the project. This is Vasco Fernandes' lamentation over the body of Christ, St. Francis of Assisi, St. Anthony, that was part of the Francis Cook collection and is known as the Cook Triptych. It is one of the most important works by the famous Portuguese painter known as Grão Vasco, as it is the first known signed work of the artist. For the project, its provenance links several collectors and other entities, both from the Portuguese and the international 19th and 20th centuries art markets, and it is a good case study to show the relational capacity of our database. So, from now on, I will show you the future, because the fact is that for now, we only have a complex database with all the information collected, but we don't have beautiful or useful data visualizations. We are working on it, but I hope in a near future this will be available in open access. So we are testing and studying the best solutions, and this is a test, but I think you can have an idea. Let me try this online. Can you hear me? So, considering the Cook Triptych, start by its original place, this Franciscan monastery near Viseu, and continue to its discovery and acquisition by this painter in 1857. Probably, you can change, you can see the overview. Okay, let's continue. But probably the triptych belonged to Herbert Philip de Krantzoff. Okay. A marine official involved with art collections, and we know that because of a note written by Herbert Frederick Cook. The fact is that in 1872, the triptych was on sale, and it became part of the Francis Cook collection from 1875 on. After that, we can follow the desire of Herbert Cook to give the painting to the National Museum of Art, and now it is exhibited in National Museum of Grão Vasco. Summing up, with this kind of tools, we can retrace the object's itineraries dealing with concepts of time and space. It is different from other provenance projects because Orion is focused and centered in the objects. Everything revolves around the object. And we can do much more in the near future, I hope. Let me try to go back. So, when we applied to this conference, we had the Francis Cook collection as the most important case study. But now we have 3 more collectors. Sorry. Yeah, thank you. So we have 3 more collectors. The first Count of Amial, Guerra Junqueiro, and José Maria Nepomuceno. Not the entire collections, but a large part of these collections. And the total number of objects now registered in the database is around 400. The last one, the architect José Maria Nepomuceno, allowed for relate this database with a different project from our research center, the As Infinito, Azulejo Referencing and Indexation System. With this new link, we expand the concept of provenance from the history of ownership, having the place of origin, in this case the place where the azulejos were firstly applied. And again, back to the future or to different visualizations, you will see other visualizations based on relational graphics. For instance, starting from the Nepomuceno Azulejos collection, we know that the first Count of Amial purchased the entire collection, so we can link Nepomuceno to Amial, probably through the art historian Joaquim de Vasconcelos, who link both. And we also find Guerra Junqueiro buying some azulejos to the Count of Amial. If we had to these graphs different layers, such as this one of the places of origin, but we can have others like the events, the auctions, and so on, we will see complex networks of different relations, some of them not so evident. In fact, we are especially concerned with visualizations able to provide the rise of new patterns and research questions. And I'm sorry, but now we have to go back into the present, and I have to explain how the information is organized, because all these visualizations and relations will be able, because we have standards of data structure. The project started 1 year ago with a broader discussion, firstly about the main research questions it was expected to ask, and then of the best methods to answer those questions, joining art historians and IT experts in an interdisciplinary approach that is, for the team, the cornerstone of success in digital art history projects. Once it is decided that the object is the nucleus of the project, around which the other areas are organized in a relational data model, as shown in this slide, it was selected a database management system already in use in the market, in art, developed by Sistemas do Futuro. Then we decided what fields should be used, how they can be mapped with other data structures, such as the categories for the description of works of art, the CDOC information categories, and where we had to decide how the fields should be filled, and for this we used as guidelines the cataloging cultural objects. And then, or at the same time, we faced the issues related with controlled vocabulary. Considering the advantages of using international thesauri that facilitate communication and crossing data through databases, it was decided to use the Getty vocabularies: the Art and Architecture Thesaurus, the AT, the Union List of Artist Names, and Thesaurus of Geographic Names. To catalog the iconography, the choice was icon class, already in use in other digital projects from artists, the As Infinito, to which Orion is intended to cross over. And just to have an idea of what is the database, here you can see the record of the object, the Cook triptych, with information groups, namely inventory, inventory number, object designation, authorship, classification, legal disposition, style, iconographies, and so on. And here, the provenance information group. Despite the centrality of the object, the different databases, the database areas are all linked. In this case, regarding provenance, the object is linked, with the entity area, and is this link that allows for the graph visualizations. At the same time, to link here an entity, we have already to register this entity in the respective module. The same for the events, and here you can see the auction of Montserrat Palace registered in the module events, and we can see all the objects registered in the database that were for sale in this auction. And just to finish, I think it is important to talk about the team. The project is based on Artis, the Art History Institute from the School of Arts and Humanities of University of Lisbon, and was financed by FCT. It is organized according with the collaborative model proposed in this article, published in the last issue of the International Journal for Digital Art History. So we have the art historians, the technologists, the data steward, and the catalyst. Art historians deal with research questions. Technologists with software development, data steward with data control, and the catalyst with problems trying to unite the team. It's my diplomatic role. So, organized according to a project structure, as we already saw, it is a work in progress, gathering the contribution of the artist researchers, as well as of students, interns, and fellows. And because we are in university, we believe that all these students are not merely registers, but mainly data analytics, and we want to prepare them to analyze data and to go further in their research. In fact, I would like to transmit this idea. Orion is a powerful tool to be used by researchers and students for organizing and improving their work, as well as sharing their results in open access. And it is open for collaboration. And now, after decided the logo and the colors to be used with graphic designers, we are again meeting with the technologists to implement the website. It will centralize all the information about the project, including the institutional area, along with an access point to search into the database and different visualizations of data. But again, we are especially concerned with visualizations able to provide the rise of new patterns and new research questions, thus improving the knowledge in the field of collections and art collectors in Portugal in connection with international projects. So, thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Rosario. I'm very pleased to know that something is happening in Portugal about Portuguese stuff for Portuguese art historians, and I'm very glad. The last paper will be presented by Leia Saint-Raymond. She's PhD in art history in 2018 from the University Paris-Nanterre. In her work, she focused on the launching of new artist markets at Parisian auction from the 1830s through 1939. She is currently a research assistant at Collège de France in Paris. She is also co-founded the GeoMap, Géographie du marché de l'art parisien, which is a geo-reference repository of Parisian art dealers from 1815 through 1955. And she will talk about the language of description in Parisian auction catalogs from 1830s through 1939 and its impacts on Hammer prices. Welcome, Leah.
Yesterday and today we have assisted to many fascinating presentations. But to come back to the title of the first session, whether Calouste Gulbenkian can be considered as a model or an anomaly, this is a question that is still extraordinarily difficult to answer. But let me start by making a sort of statement that all three of us share, that the character of a collector and the human element is always the most important aspect in the building up of a collection and remains the most difficult to determine, even though we have the most extensive archives and databases at our disposition.
So we're going to dodge that one, filled with admiration, nevertheless, for all of the archival material that has been marshaled by so many of our speakers, really all of our speakers at this conference. And that does give us, through letters and other documents, it does tell us a little something about the personality and the character of the collector. But we can't really know whether they were deeply moved. In my experience, collectors don't write their letters saying, the scales fell from my eyes, I fell in love with this work of art. So we're left guessing. So instead, the three of us put together a few topics that we thought we would float, that we found were common threads, not in every presentation, but in many of the presentations. And then we will, that's the first half of our commentary, and then we thought we would bring up a few points that interest us anyway, that we didn't feel came up strongly through the conference, not as a criticism, just more food for thought. One thing was that we noticed almost all the collectors who were spoken of acknowledged that they needed help. They didn't know everything. And that level of, whether it's humility or necessity, as Peter pointed out, led them to success. So thinking, if they had thought they knew it all and went it alone, they probably wouldn't have been as successful in forming their collections as they were. But Peter, so specialized knowledge was essential, and the acknowledgement that you don't have it was essential. But as Peter said when we were talking about this, the advisors probably wanted to get something out of this as well. So what was that? And Peter, you brought up the museum director.
Well, there is quite a nice example that came out of the research I conducted about the putting together of a collection of silver by Calouste Gulbenkian. In 1907, he bought a splendid ewer and basin that he put in his apartment at Quai d'Orsay. And then he received a visitor. And the visitor, very sure of himself, looked at this new acquisition and said, looks very modern to me. Where did you buy it? Gulbenkian, all of a sudden, wasn't sure anymore that he had made a good decision. So what did he do? He wrote an extraordinary letter to the dealer, who was also a silversmith, Georges Boin. And he complains, he said, what on earth did you sell to me? This is a modern piece, it is not okay, it is not a late 18th century masterpiece by a French silversmith. And then Georges Boin wrote back to him, telling him the story of this piece, where he found it, and he guarantees that it's absolutely correct, and admitting in the same letter that the seller, a man from a noble family, didn't want the family to know he sold the family piece, so he made a copy for the seller, and he guaranteed that the original one was sold to Calouste Gulbenkian. Finally, Gulbenkian felt reassured, but then he answered Georges Boin. And what does he say? Well, you know, you must forgive me. Almost, he said it like that I wrote you this letter complaining about you selling me this ewer, but you must understand that I, as a collector, am very happy to have the endorsement and the guarantee of a specialist like you. Your name is very important for the building up of my collection. So he acknowledges the role of the expert that helped him to make finally a good choice. And I think this is quite important, this acknowledgement of the collector. And this is something that in the case of Gulbenkian comes up many, many times when you go through the archives, that you see this awareness that he himself was not in many domains a specialist, in spite of the fact that he took art historical lessons from a collaborator of the Louvre, and that he documented himself. He took subscriptions to all the major art journals, including the Burlington. He bought auction catalogs, whatever, but he still needed it in all the domains, the advice of experts.
And I think something else that what Peter said brings out is that no collector wants to burn any bridges. And so if you have written a strong letter like that, you want to make sure you still have that fellow on your side for later on. And Leah, you had mentioned the importance of networks as being something that you wanted to speak of.
networks and maybe the asymmetry of information, because everything we talked about is about knowing better or fill the gap of knowledge. About the connoisseurship, maybe Gulbenkian wants to know more because he knows that the experts and the dealers know better than him, so he wants to reduce the asymmetry of information, and maybe also the notion of secrecy, the secret. Maybe when Gulbenkian buys at auction and buys through an intermediary, he doesn't want other people to know that he wants to purchase, so he wants to keep his name secret, and it's all about dealing with asymmetry of information, maybe.
Absolutely. Well, I noticed that with my Anglo-Irish collectors as well. They did not want dealers or auction, certainly not auction houses, to know they were interested in a given object. But sometimes the advisor didn't get what he wanted out of the arrangement. Kenneth Clark and John Walker came up in the talks a number of times, and of course they were courting Gulbenkian for years and years. I can't think how many lunches and dinners they must have tried to have together and everything, and it didn't end up working out for them, so it doesn't always work. But also that need for specialized knowledge came up in several talks in the effort that not only the collectors, but the advisors, but the collectors especially, had to balance garnering information from connoisseurs and garnering information through hard research. And so that balancing act between hard research through documentation and factual knowledge, if possible, was another thread that came through in many, many of the presentations. And that brought us also to thinking about the importance of technical examination of the objects and condition, and what would be revealed or not. That was certainly obvious in this morning's talks, and the degree to which the dealers engaged in restoration, overpainting, making copies. This is all needed to be verified by collectors, and yet we don't think that the collectors generally went to experts, at least in the period that this conference covered. Today, perhaps a little bit more, but not that much. Then, did you want to say more about restoration?
No, maybe move on the other issue, which is the role of photography, and this is maybe an issue that is common between all of us altogether, and the issue of photography to have as a documentation and also as a way to give authentication of the works. And for instance, you said an anecdote about Berenson, and he only worked through photographs.
Well, Berenson not only, but Berenson certainly was known to endorse works of art that he had not seen face to face. He had only known through photographs. He didn't improve his reputation among some of the other experts by doing that, but somehow he got away with it. And of course, the great photo archives of Europe were mostly founded during the period that we've been talking about. Kunsthistorisches Institute in 1897, I believe, and the RKD in The Hague was founded by Bredius and Fritz Lucht in the 30s, right, or 20s, and the Witt Library in London, part of the Courtauld Institute in 1925, Frick Art Reference Library's Photo Archive in 1920. So these were all giving people the means to study works of art that were passing from one private collection to another most often. Many of them never, it's still to this day, not reproduced in books. So photographs became invaluable, really, for verification and authentication.
And of course, one of the puzzling things, to return to Gulbenkian, is the following, that in many, many cases for possible acquisitions, he ordered himself photographs, and even if it was from auction houses, he always said to his the man in place that they should not fail to send him the bill for the photographs. But all those photographs that were sent to him, we don't have them. And that is a little bit a shame, because in many cases, particularly with works that have been played around with, it's extraordinarily important to have that visual information. And I haven't succeeded in finding out what happened to all those photographs. Maybe Jonathan has an idea about it, I am not sure. But it's very puzzling that in the entire archives that are here, those photographs are not present. And when we think about the care that Mrs. Charnet took in administrating the collection, you know, I'm sure she must have seen them, but what happened? This is still up in the air. We don't know how to explain for this, but we must admit that also Gulbenkian in many cases relied on photographs to make up his mind, like he did with the acquisition of the works of art from Russia, because he never went there. So he had the catalogues of the Hermitage, and he made his lists on the basis of the illustrations in these catalogues. So that's quite an interesting idea to keep in mind, how he himself prepared his choices.
And we may believe that he made notations on these photographs too, because another aspect of these photo archives that's so valuable is that the documentation grows organically over time. So experts like Friedlander and others would write their opinions on them as they would in curatorial files for drawings cabinets. So that's another way that they became so valuable. And Volpe, we learned this morning, supplied Boda with photographs for exhibition research and the like. And lastly, we had a couple of talks about restitution today, and the photos and the documentation has also been invaluable for Nazi looted art in recent years, ever since the Washington Declaration. So that's been vital information. And that sort of leads us to provenance, which is very much your province, Leah.
And also the role of photograph for now the frontier in digital humanities is what we call computer vision. And computers are able to work directly from the picture, from the image. And it's also very reliable document for restitutions, and that's the frontier of knowledge now, the computer vision. So regarding the provenance issue, maybe you want to add something?
Well, I mean, with restitution, the computer vision tools are really remarkable. One instance I know of is that the Monuments Men have a website for works of art that are being looked for, let's put it that way, known to have been looted. And there was a Rubens, and it came up for auction, but we had I guess one of the researchers at the Frick noticed this similarity, and then they used the computer vision technology to match tiny areas. So sometimes there could be a workshop version or a copy, and maybe it's not the same thing, but she was really able to verify that. And in another instance, an auction was stopped because the photo archive yielded that information. But provenance came up constantly, as one would expect it would at a conference like this, because the collectors have varying degrees of concern, whether it's social or for as a sign of quality, that previous ownership is an indicator of value. And obviously most collectors love royal provenance, because not only did a king own it, but it usually meant that the artist put extra effort into the painting in the first place because it was going to the king's collection. So on both levels it speaks highly for a work of art, and so many of the collectors who were covered in our talks these last 2 days really gave special attention to provenance, as you showed in your data sets just in this last talk. the big one topic that we were talking about prior to coming up here was how does taste change over time? What affects a change in taste? We learned, for example, that Byzantine art was absolutely in the doldrums and totally ignored during the era of the Enlightenment, and then suddenly had this wonderful resurgence. And we thought of a few reasons why this may happen, but I hope you'll sort of keep them in your minds for discussion with the audience later. You can lead by example and effect a change in taste that way. The Rothschilds with Le Goût Rothschild certainly did that, setting the example for championing ancestral portraits, among other things, and French furniture. You can assert that you're more brilliant than anyone else. I think it's fair to say Bernard Berenson was pretty good at doing that. We didn't talk about John Ruskin, but he did that too. You can do it through publications. Jean-Baptiste Pierre Lebrun was one for that with his Galerie des Peintures Flamands, Allemands and Hollandaises, and then also in the presentations today, exhibition catalogs were signaled as a way to effect a shift in taste, to render a category of art more popular than it was before. We also were thinking that the affinity to art of your own time, as the pre-Columbian and the Byzantine art bore an affinity to Matisse, and it was sort of a chicken and an egg thing, but that taste, that could also affect the popularity of a category of art. And then promotion in general, and especially through exhibitions, as well as price points. If everybody's buying Andy Warhol prints for masses of money, suddenly you start thinking that they must be desirable, whether you thought that way before or not. So, so price points can be another issue. Did you want to say more about that, Peter? Those were...
Maybe we can bring in yet another element that is quite interesting to understand the history of collections. To what extent a collector built up on his own a collection, or whether he started out by inheriting already part of a collection. I think there's quite a difference there. If you grow up in a world of collecting and pursue that path, or someone like Gulbenkian, who did not come from a family of collectors at all, and what does he do? When he settled first in London, well, I have the impression that he imitated collecting habits from London people. He had an interest in British paintings. He had a great interest in British mezzotints, fantastic quality, but he paid the highest prices. Even London people were amazed that he did so. Today, of course, it's fantastic that they are here, because many are almost unique when you look at the quality of the impressions. But there was something happening there in the start of Gulbenkian as a collector, where he became involved with works that were considered important in the place where he lived, as opposed to having a preconceived idea with a kind of shopping list. I want to have this and this painting from that school. It didn't work like that at all. And then the other thing that happened, I think, and which is important to remember for Gulbenkian, that in many cases, in many domains, he started just out by buying something he liked. He popped into a shop, he chatted with the dealer, and he bought something without any prior idea. And in many areas, he started developing and changing his attitude. He became much more selective, and when all is said, he also gave works away. Not only much later to the National Museum in Lisbon, but much earlier. Even pieces he bought from the Hermitage, he gave them away as presents. And interestingly enough, exactly of those pieces he gave away, we don't have photographs. And it's kind of intriguing. I don't know what happened, because of course you want to know what these pieces really were, because the descriptions, even though Madame Chenet made an effort, the descriptions are so summary. A teapot from the Louis XVI period. Okay, fine. But what does it look like? We don't have any idea. And of course, one is not lucky when that particular piece is not illustrated in the Hermitage catalogue, which it isn't. But anyway, so there are those issues there that are quite interesting in trying to come to an understanding of the collection habits of Gulbenkian.
And I'm getting a little ahead of ourselves by saying this, but one thing that didn't seem to come up as much as we thought it would was the degree to which collectors gave away, deaccessioned, traded up, maybe stopped collecting in a category altogether, as Frick did. He collected all contemporary art initially and then switched when he was 50 years old to the old masters that made him so famous, or his collection so famous. So we didn't really find that many presentations addressed these, what is no longer in the collections or what is no longer recognized as part of the collection. And we would dearly love to know, because what role did the dealers sometimes play in persuading a collector to part with one because he could sell him something better, or to understand that that's no longer in vogue and it's time to make a change. I don't know if you saw patterns in auctions that indicated that kind of thing.
Thank you. That's the issue of aging / growing older, and the issue of how does the collection evolve when you grow older. Or so, for instance, the famous case of Jacques Doucet, and at a certain point he was sick, and he wanted to get rid of his 18th century collection, which was sold at auction in 1912. And then it turned to contemporary, modern art. So there's these trends in collecting and changes in taste also. And maybe the only way to see these changes in taste is to have big data. And for instance, in my own PhD, I didn't realize that, for instance, the Oriental weapons at the beginning of the 19th century, lame damasquinées with very tiny details, their price was much, much higher than those of paintings. And I was very surprised of this taste, so this high taste for Oriental weapons, whereas at the beginning of the 20th century, I was very surprised to see that this glass verre irisé from Syria were very fashionable, and this issue of Francis Haskell showed that even art history forgets things. So maybe with big data we can see these changes in taste.
That's true.
And yet another element that deserves our attention before we go into further discussions is the issue of travel. I think it is very important to understand that a collector like Gulbenkian traveled. He had special museum tours where he went with the curators around the gallery, checking his knowledge, because he had prepared himself very, very carefully, and learning at the same time. And often he revisited. And I think that, in general, for many collectors was a very important issue. This broader understanding that there is this whole world out there, there's lots of fantastic works of art, and that it is important to know about them to be able to make up your own choice and to understand how what you acquire for your own collection fits into this broader picture. And I think much more can be said about this, but I think it's a crucial element in our understanding of the habits of collectors.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that collectors are, more than most people, curious about the cultures that underpin the works of art that they are owning. And it only stands to reason, therefore, if they cut a fairly broad swath in the categories they collect, they want to know more and more about those cultures. And travel was either a stimulus or a response to that curiosity. I think your example of Doucet was very interesting because we should remember he was a fashion designer, so of course he would have been especially interested in changes in fashion and want to keep up with the times. Another thing that people did address but was about the women, and it was the women, that it was mentioned a number of times that it's hard to research what role women played, either as advisors or as agents or as collectors themselves. And we certainly came through with some, but I made a whole list here of ladies who came up. I mean, there was Elizabeth Gardner was one of the few who was an actual star and subject of one of our presentations. But Belle Green, advisor to Pierpont Morgan, hugely important. The Portuguese dealers who came here to Lisbon during World War II. Mrs. Dreyfus, who bid on behalf of Gulbenkian. I'd be interested to know more about her. And of course, Mademoiselle or Madame Chanet? Mademoiselle, I guess.
Mademoiselle, no?
Mademoiselle.
Oh.
Oh,
Okay.
so she's Madame Chanet, but they all seem to be functioning kind of under the radar. Alice Creelman with Hugh Lane was another. Mary Berenson couldn't be said to have been under the radar because she promoted her husband so noisily, really, with all of her talks all across America. But nevertheless, she gave him first billing for sure. So Peter had a few words to say about why we know less about the women and why we overlay our own thinking the way we do.
Well, I think we all know about the Me Too movement and all that, but I think that the world has changed tremendously, and I just give you the example of the collector Frits Lucht and his wife. They formed an extraordinary team, and it was a tradition to act under the name of the man. And although the woman was present and played a key role, and finally with the creation of the Fondation Custodia, it was the money she inherited that made everything possible. Because her father was a big industrialist. But both of them were happy with this, and this was also something that was understood. Now, when you start looking at photographs that were made of them when they went to auctions, they were always together. She also was a catalogue. They talked about it. They agreed about it. Everything was discussed, but for them it was ordinary to do it under his name. And that only changed a little bit in a very recent time, because it were the descendants of this couple that insisted that the foundation that their grandparents created should acknowledge the role of the grandmother. So now we put on a text at the entrance of the foundation where there is also a photograph of her, and we give her name. And very recently something else happened which is interesting, that the only daughter that still is alive, she is now far in her 90s, insisted to the board, and she wanted that the foundation does something to honor the role of her mother, who always stimulated young people. So what did the foundation do? They created a research position for 2 years, renewable for a new researcher for 2 years with a full salary, to do research on drawings and prints in her name. So the name of the wife of Frits Lucht. And this is quite an interesting thing to see that happens in today. But when we go back to the period that is the subject of this conference, we really have to understand that, yes, women played a very important role in all kinds of roles, but there was a kind of custom in the society to deal with that in a different way, and that's why in so many cases they remained under the radar.
And still very difficult to research, because tax records, a lot of records were kept as under the husband's name, and this was just the way it was. And so trying to unearth the documentation for women, not Louisine Havemeyer, there are some very, very notable exceptions, but it can be much more difficult to, and sometimes, for example, Catherine Lorillard-Wolfe, who I mentioned, she was a very strong woman and great collector on the board of the Metropolitan's founding board of trustees, and yet much of the literature, what there is of it, tends to credit her brother or uncle, anyway, someone else, with forming her taste. And there's really not a lot to substantiate that, so that's kind of interesting.
Maybe we should study the sociability of places, of venue. For instance, the auction room was a very men's world. And women bidding at auction were considered like in the 19th century literature like as prostitutes, because they were selling their own body. They were looking for rich collector, and there was a comparison between femmes aux enchères, femme bidding, and femmes sold at aux enchères. So it was the auction room was a very very macho world, and there was a discrepancy. The more the auctions were opened to women, like Japanese artifacts auctions, the more this segment was depreciated, because the Japanese artifacts more valuable for women were seen like as bibelots, so little value. Whereas the charity auctions, they were more open to women, because the women were organizing these auction sales. So we should study maybe the sociability of these events.
That's a really good. The women were great organizers at the World Fairs in the United States too, the sanitary fairs that followed the Civil War. And Phoebe Hearst, I talked with Tom about that. She organized digs for Berkeley to go to Egypt, and she went on those digs herself and toughed it out. So there's more research to be done there, and we hope that it continues. But I think it is right to put it in its chronological, cultural context, that as you both did. The last thing that we thought we should bring up that came up pretty constantly in all the presentations was the issue of inheritance. We dealt with a lot of one-generation collectors who acknowledged, as Gulbenkian did, that his children were not interested in the collection, so it wasn't going to go to them. But the issue of inheritance for the Cook collection was clearly very serious. And I think that's where Elizabeth Gardner's material being online is going to be tremendously helpful, as you said, in helping people understand how and why Italian collections were dispersed at any given moment. And so I think the issue of inheritance is something we have to always have in mind in a modus operandi kind of questioning period like this, too. So should we open it up to...
Just one other thing, which is for Gulbenkian interesting, but also for other collections, it's the issue of time. It's quite interesting to realize that many collectors took their time to make up their mind whether they liked a particular work or not. And even Gulbenkian, a painting he had bought was brought to his house, and he looked at it, he lived with it for sometimes more than a couple of weeks, and then he decided that no rapport was established between the person depicted in the painting and himself, and then he sent it back. And he thought it was normal for the dealer to take it back. And there are a couple of issues like that, and it's quite interesting, where you can see that in the relationship between the collector and the dealer, particularly for powerful collectors like Gulbenkian, he won. And the dealer was unhappy, complained, but had to take it back because he thought, well, maybe I can sell him something else in the next couple of months. But that is also an issue that tells you something about the relationship a collector has with the works he is collecting. And I think that is very important to realize that such a relationship could be very strong and very meaningful.
Well, and there are cases with Frick, too. Frick took at least 6 months with those Veroneses hanging on the wall before he made up his mind about them. And he also, when he bought the Rembrandt self-portrait, he haggled and haggled about the price and then eventually persuaded Knoedler to take a painting he had bought for $14,000 as a $25,000 credit toward the purchase of the Rembrandt. And so he definitely lived with paintings for quite a while. And as you say, the dealers had to swallow it. With a deep-pocketed client, they would move the paintings around. When Andrew Mellon was on the board of the Frick after Frick's death, and he was Secretary of the Treasury living in Washington, and the trustees were contemplating a purchase. I think this may have come from Knoedler too. And Mellon said, well, I can't make up my mind if I haven't seen the picture. So the picture had to take the train down to Washington, shepherded by the dealer, for Andrew Mellon to see it and make his decision. So this was pretty common practice.
And as you all know, time is money and time is liquidity also. Because at auction you have to pay cash, so I have large amounts of money available right now. And that's why, or maybe some dealers made some joint account purchases, because so that they could have money available right now, liquid. And whereas when you purchase with a private sale with the dealer, you can pay in not right now, but making several payments. So time is liquidity also.
Yeah, well, we touched on that a little bit this morning, but the fact that dealers often jointly owned a work, especially a very valuable work, is something that hasn't really been documented as meticulously as it probably should be. And now that so many archives have opened up and are available with the stock books, etc., we can really unpack exactly what percentage of a given work a given dealer might have owned. And that will be quite enlightening for us, too.
Just one example that, again, from the, you must excuse me, but from the collection of silver. When Gulbenkian made his first major acquisition in 1919, the two extraordinary mustard pots by Durand from the collection of Madame de Pompadour, in its original red Morocco case, he paid an enormous amount of money for that, and he bought it from Duveen. But I found out that in the stockbook of Duveen there is another name mentioned. In fact, it was Seligman who negotiated it from the collector, and it was Duveen who sold it to Gulbenkian because he had a good relationship with him. And that's another very interesting thing. So you can see there's a kind of shared effort to achieve the deal, although originally we were not aware of the role of Seligman, but it's in the stockbook. It's absolutely clear. And so that's another element yet in this complex history of dealers who want to sell an important work of art to a collector.
So should we have questions from all of you? You must all have plenty to add to all of this. Janula.
So thank you. I found this such an interesting 2 days. I found the breakdown of the panels really sort of clever and really well constructed. And your summing up has been so interesting. And I'm just going to touch on a couple of things you said, perhaps, and maybe add another tiny little issue just to mention. And I'm thinking of particularly Chester Beatty, but also from what I know of Gulbenkian and what I've learned. We have to remember these were incredibly successful businessmen who were able to read people, and they were able to apply the skill sets and their methodology of their business to their collecting. And that's what they did. And I like Leah's point very much about the information asymmetry, because these guys were they understood the dangers of information asymmetry in the business world, and they understood the dangers they could fall into as collectors as well. So these were strategic thinkers who applied their big strategic thinking to their collecting. And I can certainly say that for Chester Beatty for sure. And if you like, also almost the ambition as businessmen, because when I think it was Peter, you mentioned, you know, looking at their collections in the context of museum collections, we know that Beatty would visit the Biblioteque Nationale in Paris, or even when he went to visit the Vatican, he'd take notes. And he would compare what he had with what he was seeing, and he'd grade what they had, and he'd come away happy if what he had was better than what they had. So perhaps that may explain why he sold. We mentioned his selling his Western manuscripts, and maybe it was at asides I mentioned it, because we think perhaps, you know, he felt, I'm never going to have the very best because the competition's too great in buying the Western manuscripts. So he was happy enough to let them go and focus on other areas. Anyway, just a few thoughts. Thank you.
From a business point of view, I can add that Frick not unusually paid for at least a portion of his purchases with stock, railroad stock. And he is recorded in a letter to have said that he thought that the railroad stock would hold its value longer than the painting. So. But he definitely thought about the advantages of paying in stock, because he had plenty of that at his disposal.
I was just, we talked about this at lunch actually, how Gulbenkian received from Rothschild a manuscript, and Jonathan was trying to help me with that, working out why Rothschild would have given him the manuscript, and possibly it had to do, Jonathan was suggesting, with having given him financial advice or even having looked after his portfolio, so it follows also this idea of exchanging things. But anyway, what I wanted to say is a few things about the Islamic side of the collection. It's very interesting hearing Peter, because there are some parallels. There are also some differences, so I'm just going to bring some of those things out. The first thing is that there's something that Jonathan's brought attention to also, is that there's a lamp in the collection, and Gulbenkian's concerned about its authenticity. There becomes an argument about it. And a lot of advice is brought to hand. And the fact that it's been published means that surely it's authentic, and Gulbenkian reacts that it's not. So we've been talking about photography, and thought it was interesting that he shows a level of enlightenment about that at that moment, that he's not going, that just because it's photographed doesn't mean that he should necessarily hold on to it. Might not be real after all. Also, in terms of his networks, in this photograph that we have here, I'm sure actually almost all, if not all of the ceramics have come through Armenian collectors. So the Islamic side of the collection, we have over 30% of the collection is coming through the hands of Armenian dealers. And then another 10 or 15% is coming through their hands in the auction room when they're acting as intermediaries for him. So it's quite different from other parts of the collection in that respect. Now, these Armenian dealers are changing their roles as they adapt to their new circumstances, moving from Istanbul to Paris to London. And there's interesting correspondence where they describe having discovered a grocer who has gone bankrupt, but he has ever such good connections, being a grocer, with the local stately homes. And so they begin to use this gentleman as a way of getting into the stately homes to be able to see things on Gulbenkian's behalf and see whether or not they can find anything for him. The London taste that you mentioned is very interesting, because, of course, we would normally think about Gulbenkian, because he is coming from Istanbul, as collecting Iznik, because it's something that relates to his childhood, made in Turkey, etc. Of course, when he begins collecting, he doesn't know that it's made at Iznik. He believes that it's something that's either Persian or made by Persians on the island of Rhodes. So there's not this Turkish connection to it at the time that he's collecting it. And interestingly, of course, ceramics are most fashionable in London at the time that he's collecting. And he buys books, namely the Godman collection of book of 1900, which has Iznik ceramics in it. And he possibly is also at the Arab and Persian Art Exhibition in 1885, which is almost exclusively ceramics. So one of the things I've begun wondering about, but it's complex because it goes against what we would normally think about Gulbenkian, is whether or not, in fact, that ceramic collection relates to him wanting to collect something which reflects his Oriental background. He calls himself an Oriental, his Oriental background, but actually also will be something which has kudos in the environment in which he's living. And then finally, just something about carpets. and time. And carpets were something that he had to see for a long time. He didn't buy carpet quickly. And so there are many, many stories of carpets coming where people are threatening that if they don't come back, he's going to have to actually pay for them because they're way too long from the dealer's house. Thank you.
Just to continue Jessica's, from the kind of Western art point of view, it sort of follows up the same kind of patterns, and the fact that he arrives in London at the end of 19th century and he gets into this kind of gentleman, like Jonathan describes in his book, trying to be part of the English gentry as such and trying to get into this English taste. It's also very true, but at the same time he buys Greek coins. So Greek coins, something which he calls not yet his niche, but Rhodes pottery. And in 1909 he buys a huge amount of 18th century books from the Redlesham collection. So this is someone who's already, buying in different directions. Is trying to be kind of Western collector, getting into the milieu, but at the same time is interested by many things at the same time. So he's one of the ledgers, of the initial ledgers, very early. He buys 2 constables. We don't know if they're constables or not, but they're described as such. No photographs again, but he returns them in the same year. So they again, you have this kind of indecision, and we know that he's following a constable throughout his life without managing to get it. Mezzotins, yes, 3 mezzotins by a constable. That's how far he could get, not from persistence on his part, but because he really wanted a constable in his collection. So he's someone who sometimes is erratic in his, not only in the path he moves, but also in his what he wants to get. So I think that theme that we chose for the first as model or anomaly, I think it's very difficult to reply.
Thank you. I was just thinking, there's this interesting one thing that occurred to me is there's the contrast between Gulbenkian as a confident, successful and immensely rich man and his collecting, where I at any rate, and perhaps I'm projecting or reading too much into it, he does need a lot of reassurance. He's both sort of actual and implicit. He wants people to tell him that I'm an expert and this is all right. Implicit reassurance, I bought something that's passed at exhibition. But then also with this, he wants to be reassured that he's not alone in buying what he's buying. And there is this sort of paradox that on the one hand, he wants the reassurance of knowing that he's got a good price. At the same time, he needs the reassurance that he's bought something that everyone else is after, and there's some tension between the two things. But he's certainly. I was discussing this with someone else. He's not breaking any new ground as far as I can see in any of this. He's an early adopter in Egypt once the price ramps up a notch. So he's coming in early, but the market is already rising. So I've just sort of discussed, does he want reassurance, or is he happy with what he's doing? And what other collectors need in other fields, with other collectors? Do people come across this as well?
Yes, I was thinking that in a way the problem related to modus operandi is also related with the concept of identity. I mean, how much does the collection reflect and tell us about the identity of the collector. And this is something that made me think of about how Gardner, when she needed to summarize in a very short entry, the characteristics of a collection, it's interesting to look at how she tried to give a precise identity. So she tried to connect the biography with the type of collection. So I was wondering if we can think of how much the concept of the collection is also intertwined with the concept of identity.
I hope not.
Conference Collecting, but we've talked a lot about buying and selling. Buying and selling often have to do with change, and collecting is not always about change. It can be about keeping things together and keeping things in one place. We haven't talked a great deal about the period 1900 to 1950, but I think that buying and selling is closely connected to all the changes of that period, which made things available, made some people have to sell and other people able to buy. I think that I think the earliest big change we heard about was the Franco-Prussian War, and there've been brief references to World War I and World War II. World War II a little more, but even, for example, the excavations in Egypt and the land taxes or the Labour government in Britain, all those things that made people have to sell, and then the things that were happening at the same time in terms of oil exploration, mining, railways, and increasing commercialization made other people able to buy. I think if we were to have another conference on this theme, it would be nice to look at some of those bigger trends that meant that some people had to get rid of things if they were selling up from the Soviet Union, or if they were aristocrats in England whose land was losing money, people who had to get rid of things and other people who were suddenly able to buy them. And those bigger trends in this period, I think, would be interesting to look at because they're the backdrop, and we've looked more at the detail. I expressed in the beginning yesterday morning, feels like a long time ago, doesn't it, the futile hope that we would move from Gulbenkian to something larger. In fact, we've come back to Gulbenkian because Gulbenkian's like a magnet. You can never get away from him, especially, obviously, here. Someone talked about whether you profit from or whether you protect your collections, and I think that the whole question of what a collection is and why you make it, whether it's for your family or whether it's for the public, whether it's in private or in public, is something we could also look at more generally. When we first met, I think it was with Jonathan and João Vieira, and João Cavalho-Dias and I talked about how to mark the publication of Jonathan's book and how to think about Gulbenkian and the wider context. And we set up the call for papers and had a great response. So you were some of the people who replied to that call for papers, but there were many others too. And I wanted to just mention, in terms of thanks, someone who couldn't be here because this weekend, I think most of our American colleagues are at the CAA conference, and Gail Feigenbaum from the Getty Provenance Index was greatly helpful to us in thinking about who might respond to this call for papers. And Gail and Inge talked together about setting up the potential list, and they worked with us on that. So in her absence, I'd like to thank Gail Feigenbaum, and in her presence, I'd like to thank Inge, who I went also to meet in New York to talk this through in more detail. And I think it's very obvious that you've put a lot of thought into this, not just because you've worked on it for a long time, but because you've been very kind in sharing with us your knowledge and experience. And I want to make a particular thanks to you, Inge. Thanks also to all the fellow chairs, both from the museum and from the library, from Anna Barata as well. This has been a project which I think does reflect the relationship between the collection and the library and the archive. And the biography in itself reflects the fact that the archive is now open, accessible and usable in a way that it wasn't 20 years ago. And a lot of the papers here show how people are now using archives in a way that they just didn't 20 years ago, when people relied on anecdotes and supposition in many ways. So many of the fellows who are now coming back here on short-term fellowships are able to use those archives. Some of the speakers over the last 2 days have already benefited from that, Sara Coviello and also Tom. And we would like to encourage you and your colleagues to think of that as a possibility, because these collections are much more available now for study than they used to be in the past. So please bear that in mind. I want to thank also George Rodriguez, who with Rita Andrade, who isn't here I don't think, helped a lot in terms of the back of scenes, back of house administration, and in preparing the speakers' travel and accommodation. And of course I want to thank the speakers for coming here, for making the journey to Lisbon, for being with us for these 2 days. It was, in many cases, as I said, it was an open call. We didn't know who you were, but I think you've repaid our trust. It's been really, I think, outstanding in terms of the quality of all the papers throughout. So I'd like to thank the speakers. I'd like to thank the chairs. I'd like to thank the members of the public who are still with us, and also to thank the people here in the booths, behind the scenes, behind the dark glass, who've kept all the pictures going absolutely impeccably, and helped us in terms of the reception and the general hospitality. So thank you all. Thank you very much indeed. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I hope you might come back and see us in different guises. Thank you.